The first duty of government is to protect our rights.
It's our job to maintain the proper role of government in what we were tasked to do.
In the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, we have a right to life, we have a right to defend life.
This legislation is centered on meeting the needs of Idaho families.
And we have no way to maintain control over the spending of this program, and it will be a disaster for this state long term.
But we have a whole gamut of kids whose parents would like to do something for them and they cannot.
The courts have long held that our ability to transfer title on real property benefits society as a whole.
This is simply about putting it out of reach of young, innocent, vulnerable children and making our libraries and schools a safe place for them to go.
And I am increasingly frustrated that we cannot stop ourselves from drinking at the public trough.
He's sounding the alarm. He's saying if we don't address these issues, we potentially might have greater problems moving forward.
I feel like we're back to an unappointed board that gets to decide who is essential and who is non-essential.
If I was looking at a business and I was looking at these figures, there would be heads rolling because this is unsustainable.
We're supposed to be bottom-up government. We're supposed to be representing my citizens' ideas and your citizens' ideas, and we're supposed to be discussing them and debating them to come to a conclusion.
And for me, it's about a couple things. It's about food security, it's about national security, and it's about preserving American exceptionalism.
The First Amendment and our freedom of religion, freedom of speech are our first liberties. They are so important. We don't have the rest without them.
Welcome, everybody. It is May 21st, election night here in the state of Idaho, and we are at Life Public House in downtown Coeur d'Alene. I have no idea if you guys can hear me yet. Can we get a thumbs up from the booth? All right, we got it. Folks, welcome. It is a privilege to be here live with you again. We have had an incredible few months this year. We also had, when we went off the air at the end of the legislative session back in early April, I mean, you would think that we would have been planning this election night special since then, where every single day for 8-10 hours a day, we would be meticulously planning on bringing you an evening tonight that we could all be proud of. But that's not the case. That's not the case. However, I am pleased to say we have this shot. Let's show that shot again out into the where we're at. So this is just our little one-off shot here. Inside, on the other side of that glass, there's a party going on, an election night party going on. This is for the Kootenai County Commissioner race. There he is. We've got some folks waving. Very good, very good. This is for John Padula, is running for Kootenai County Commissioner, and so they're having their election night party on the other side of the glass. Back over here on this side is where we are. So we've got a bunch of guests lined up for you to hear from, and we will get to those in a little bit. We had, like I said, we had a tremendous amount of work to do since we went off the air with the show, with our daily show, and some of those things we're going to cover tonight. I don't know if you can see behind me. Maybe on this other shot, you can see behind me here. This is the rifle that we're going to give away tonight. We're going to give away a rifle tonight. If you want to take part in winning this rifle, you can go to CAIPAC2024.com and read about how we've extended the deadline. you can go. Which camera am I? Oh, here it is. Okay, so we are giving away a Ruger-made Marlin SBL Series Model 1895. This shoots 40-75 ammo, and if you go to CAIPAC2024.com/rifle, you can enter to win tonight. Final chances online to enter to win tonight. If you wanted to enter by mail or anything, that deadline's over because we can't get any mail. We're giving this thing out tonight, so that'll come on later in the show. I also have a couple announcements to make. We have our second edition of the Pocket Constitution here as well, and so we will get to that. But where do we stand right now? It is just after 6:30 p.m. in the north, after 7:30 p.m. in the south. There is the polls will close if you're in the south, and if you're in the Mountain Time Zone. Polls are closing at 8 o'clock. So hopefully you've gone out to vote. Hopefully you have done your duty, and you've also rallied some other folks to go out and vote. This is an extremely important election. I don't know about you, but I cannot believe the amount of mail that has come to my house alone, let alone folks that are sending me pictures and texts and calling me up and saying, did you see this flyer? Did you see that flyer? And I don't blame a lot of you out there are probably confused. You're like, how do I make sense of all this? What is true? What is false? I mean, I don't have any specifics to go over right now, but I can understand how much you probably were just inundated and you could not wait for tonight to come. So we have a bunch of guests. We'll have some in-house guests. We'll have some guests joining us online. We've got folks. I know Brian Allman right now is broadcasting from the Idaho GOP party, the official Idaho GOP party, somewhere in Ada County. So we're going to check in with him later as well. We're going to be here all night. We want to go to the. We're going to keep tabs on the Secretary of State's website. I want to show you what this website looks like. Do we have that? We'll bring it up here. This here is the Secretary of State's brand new website here. And I got to say, since there's no results yet, so we're not going to see any results here. But if this thing is going to work, if this thing actually works, it's going to help. It's going to help here because it's going to be able to aggregate all of the votes coming in from the districts that lie in various counties. Remember, folks, each county is responsible for their own elections. So if you live in a district like District 8 or District 2, where you cover multiple counties, we're not going to know the results of that legislative race until all of those counties have reported their votes. So rather than keep track on every county and sit there and try and add everything up, we are going to be paying attention to this screen here and make sure that this aggregating thing has worked. I am not here to call races and be the first to call them. That's not what I want to do tonight. We are here simply to catch up with some folks, with some legislators, with some special guests, keep you abreast about what's going on with the results as they come in. Results will not be shown until 9 o'clock Mountain Time. That is because that is just a pretty standard thing lately here in Idaho, which is they do not want to have any influence. The results down south should not have any influence on the rest of the state as people are still going to the polls. This is a lot more relevant when we have a statewide election like a governor or a lieutenant governor or something of that nature, or the presidency, where you start announcing results that have come in from the south that could influence what's happening up north. So 9 p.m. Mountain Time is when we will start getting results coming in. So we've got a bunch of things lined up to get to, and so we will do that in a moment. The first thing I want to do is show you something. We've got tons of clips, and I don't even know where to start. Like I said, you would have thought we could have an entire scripted out rundown of what's going on tonight, but as people are walking in and out, I mean, I see a ton of great folks coming in from the greater Coeur d'Alene area here at Life. We are at Life Public House here in downtown Coeur d'Alene. It is out the other side of the glass. What you're looking at is the John Padula for County Commissioner party, I guess you could say, their election night party, they've got a full band in there. And I don't know if some of it's bleeding out over the microphones here, but they've got a full band out there singing worship music and having a great time. They've got guitars and banjos and even a trumpet. So you can't you can't go wrong with any of that stuff. Okay. Oh, some other giveaways. You can see out there on that other shot, there were some T-shirts. Those are the Idaho Signal T-shirts. We're going to be giving out some of those things tonight, so that'll be fun. Okay. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break so we can just do a. We're going to be here all night, folks. So just put us on in the background. Pop some popcorn, and we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to go through the races that we're watching to make sure that we have you engaged to understand where our signal is pointing. So with that, we will be right back.
Our Savior innocence, they are trying to remove. I am here at your defense, and I will always fight for you.
There's a saying in Idaho, Esto perpetua. It is forever. But the truth is, nothing lasts forever. Not without a fight. The Gem State is ours to fight for. It is ours to win. For life and liberty. For honesty and integrity. We ride together.
There's a light that shines the proof.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for that quick break. We have a special guest with us, and I want to properly introduce her. Do we have that clip, Jeremy? Of I know I sent it. We sent it over. We have a clip of our guest at the in the committee hearing for House Bill 498. It was among that. See, those are the things that we need to do. That's okay. It's my fault. I should have prepped you for that. Let's go ahead and bring on. We'll bring on Grace, and then I'll let you look for that clip, and we can cut to that. With me tonight is Grace Howitt. I don't even know what town you live in, Grace, but if you.
Sorry, your audio just cut out for me, so I can't.
I don't hear her. Do you hear her?
Oh, wait,
you do. Okay. Let me make sure. I think that's on my end here. Give me 1 second, Grace. This is what happens when we are live, and
Can you hear me?
And we're just trying to make everything happen correctly. Okay. I'm working on it. Grace, can you hear? You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I hear some rap music.
That's not me.
Did you hear the rap music?
No. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Grace.
Great. Well, I don't know where that's coming from, but
Okay. Well, let me just do it this way. I want to hear all about you because you have been giving some awesome testimony.
yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me on.
Okay, I'm going to have to take this off. I heard fantastic testimony from you during the legislative session. And before we get into that, I want to hear a little bit about where you're from, not where you're from, but basically what your background is. And we lost Grace. Oh, we still got her. Okay. What your background is and what brought you to the Idaho Family Policy Center. I did not set you up properly here, but Grace Howitt is from the Idaho Family Policy Center, and she's been testifying in front of committee. And now that we got the kinks out of the way here, Grace, thank you for joining us. And please give us a little bit of background of what, what got you involved in this work and what brought you to the Idaho Family Policy Center.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on, and thank you so much for your compliments. That's so sweet. So my background and kind of my journey to IFPC started back when I was in college. I really felt like God was calling me to get involved in the pro-life movement, and so I started volunteering and working with a lot of different pro-life organizations. And one of the organizations that I worked with the most was a Christian organization that worked to further pro-life policies in Texas. Because that's the state where I went to college. And then when I was there, I started to cultivate a really large passion for doing policy work, especially policy work that furthers God and the public square. And so when I graduated college, I started looking for a job where I could continue that work and promote the protection of the preborn and other biblical policies just in state legislation. And I found Idaho Family Policy Center, and thankfully they took me in, and I've been a policy and research assistant with them ever since. And like you said, I've been doing a lot of research, a lot of testimony, and just a lot of talking to elected officials about policy, and it's been amazing.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize for for my delay. There's a bit of a feedback on mine, so my end. But fantastic. I'm glad you laid it out perfectly here. Jeremy here has found the clip that I was hoping to sign. Can you rewind this and we can take a listen to this clip?
Members of committee, my name is Grace Howitt, and I serve as a policy assistant for Idaho Family Policy Center. We support House Bill 498, and we thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. Early Americans acknowledged that the distribution of pornography must be restrained in a civilized society. They understood that some activities, even when done in secret, not only create real victims, but also victimize society at large. The proliferation of pornography in recent decades has borne this out. These sexually explicit materials are now so accessible and widely distributed that the average age of first exposure to pornography is 12 years old, maybe even younger. And not surprisingly, pornography distribution and consumption are correlated with markedly higher divorce rates, as well as juvenile crime, property crime, and sexual violence. Society must defend itself from these clear and present harms. According to statewide polling conducted by Idaho Family Policy Center, more than 85% of likely Idaho voters agree that pornography websites should verify that a user is over the age of 18 before granting that user access to pornographic content. Let me repeat that. Nearly 9 in 10 Idaho voters want legislation like House Bill 498 that ensures that pornography websites verify the age of their users. With that, I ask you to protect the innocence of young children by voting to send House Bill 498 to the floor with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, Grace, fantastic rundown of what the bill was intending to do, what it's going to do. It ended up, do we still have Grace? Oh, great, yeah. And so a fantastic way to lay out what this bill was all about. Will happen once this thing goes into effect.
I'm so sorry. Can you ask that again? For some reason, you muted.
Oh, do it again?
Yeah, you muted on my end. I don't know why.
This one? This one. Okay. Grace, I apologize.
That's okay.
This is you want me in this camera here? Okay, perfect. Grace, now that you did a great job laying out the bones of what this bill intends to do, what it helps children and families, and the consequences if this thing should not pass, and these websites are able to still be accessed by children. What I'm really curious to know now is, now that it's been signed by the governor, what do you think what do you foresee? What do you expect these companies that run these websites? What do you think their next step is going to be after this law goes into full effect?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see on July 1st. I have no doubt that this immediately will start protecting children in our state. I will say that we do expect this law to be challenged because there are some interesting legal strategies used in it that do bring up some interesting legal questions. That being said, though, in the past few months, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals released a favorable opinion that supported and said that age verification laws were constitutional. And so we're hoping that that strategy will be applied to this law, and that law will be defended well in our court system.
I'm on a delay, so real quick, I'm listening to her. Okay, great. And again, I apologize. There's a really long delay on my end at this moment. We're going to try and work through that. Okay, I am so pleased at the work that you guys do over there. We've had Blaine Canzati on, the president, on many times through the session, and so it was really exciting to be able to get you on here as well. We're going to have to take a break because I need to get through some of these technical issues, but I thank you for joining us. I want to chat with you again real soon here on Idaho Signal, and I just keep up the great work, and I hope next session goes even better for you and for all of Idaho. So thank you again for joining us, Grace.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
All right, take care. All right, folks, I got to get through this delay here, so we're going to take another quick break and figure out what's going on. We'll be right back.
Time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world.
All Idaho lawmakers swear an oath to support the Idaho and U.S. constitutions. But how's that working out for you? Because not all Idaho lawmakers share the same values. That's where the Citizens Alliance of Idaho Pledge comes in. 10 statements inspired by those two founding documents that are designed to preserve our shared values. Values such as education freedom, safeguarding free speech, defending our protected right to self-defense, and being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. When a lawmaker signs the pledge, they are performing an act of political courage, accepting the challenge to be a champion for our values, and serving with political integrity. To find out if your lawmaker signed the pledge, visit idahopledge.com. Paid for by Citizens Alliance of Idaho. We ride together.
They're all controlled. Preach in the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone a presser till they're on their knees. Segregate diversity, Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transformed. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist still, they're all controlled. Find your path in life, but make a socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow, till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window. Loot store, get more, grab another brick throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream.
I think you guys can hear
Someday when the dark is
I hear myself now. There's still a bit of a delay, but nonetheless, we are here. And again, I thank Grace Howitt for joining us and being able to share one of the many victories that happened over the legislative session. We have a guest here. So let me just break down the dynamic for you. We had, did we lose me? Okay, we're good. There is we're at the top of the hour. It's 7 p.m. in the north, 8 p.m. in the south, which means the polls have closed in South Idaho. And do we have that montage ready? The election montage? You've got it. Election broadband. So we put together a quick little montage to celebrate for the South. We'll play this again at the top of the hour in the North. But to celebrate for you folks in the South, here, enjoy this.
Breaking election news.
This election is crazy, right?
It is finally election night.
This election is on every channel.
This election is about emotion.
Primary elections are over.
So when the election's over,
Come on, the election's over.
The election's over.
Election ain't over. Election is out of control.
When the election is over, you will probably be good friends.
This election is like a dream.
Election's over.
The election's over.
it's over.
The election is long over.
I'm just glad it's over. Now that the election's over.
Oh, I'm sure glad that's over.
I'm glad that's over. Friends again?
Oh, I'm just glad it's over.
Wow, I'm glad that's over.
Well, I'm glad that's all over.
I'm just glad it's over with. I'm just glad it's over.
So am I.
Yeah, just glad it's over.
I'm still glad it's over.
So am I.
Glad it's over with, Benson.
That's a wrap.
Earlier, but let me cancel that. We are dealing with so many amazing audio issues that I have no idea if anyone's going to hear you on that mic. So welcome, Kate Hartley.
Thank you for having me, Matt.
What do you think, Jeremy? Do we heard her? All right, folks.
All right, good.
Okay, folks, it is my pleasure. Attorney Kate Hartley with the Pacific Justice Institute, PJI. You can find them at, is it the PJI or PJI.org?
PJI.org.
Yes. PJI.org. And Kate has been a frequent guest on Idaho Signal, and it's so glad that you're here this evening. Is it still raining outside?
It was last I saw.
Okay, so we have
still
one.
raining,
Yeah, 1 hour left to vote here in Coeur d'Alene and Kootenai County, and it's just starting to rain. But don't let that stop you from going out and voting.
Yes.
Okay, so we just had Grace Howitt on from the Idaho Family Policy Center, and she was going over. We went over her testimony in front of committee on House Bill 498, which was the Online Protection Act for children. When it comes to I'm going to take these out. When it comes to, I guess, First Amendment rights, because you're a First Amendment attorney, first of all, are you familiar with this bill, the Online Protection Act?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When it comes to First Amendment rights, can a common citizen say to a website, like, if you are going to disseminate adult material and you do not verify the age of my child who's trying to consume it, I can go after you and sue you. Where in the world of free speech does that land for the website owner?
Well, again, this goes back. It depends on whether there's government connection, right? So
Right.
First Amendment applies to government entities, right? So the government cannot restrict speech. So that has to be the connection. Obviously, generally speaking, from a free speech standpoint, pornography for minors is not something that's protected.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
So
yeah.
that, I know there's been a lot of debate on that, and there's nuances to that and everything, but child pornography is not.
Yeah, when it comes
a
to children,
protected
right?
Speech, correct.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Adults is a different animal, but I know that's come up so much, not only in the legislature, but with the libraries and that big fight, and so that's something to remember.
Yes, because
related to the First Amendment.
One of the biggest, I guess you could say, biggest free speech cases was the People versus Larry Flint, and Larry Flint was the owner of a pornographic magazine, and I guess he was being sued, or he was suing. I don't know what the particulars of the case was, but at the end of the day, he won. He won in the sense that he was allowed to disseminate his pornography,
Right.
because it was a free speech thing, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're talking about adults. That's true.
Adults.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, so when it comes to protecting children, and like you said, you brought up the library issue, which was another thing that was going on.
Yep.
I don't know. These subjects are so they're so volatile, and they get people really riled up. But when it comes to children, and I'm going to ask you a very loaded question here, why is it there are so many people that are fighting to stop to allow these things to be disseminated to children? I mean, what kind of world are we living in?
That is a very loaded question. If I had the answer to that, I would be amazing, right?
I know. Let's just stick to the legalese. I mean, you can answer us if you'd like, but
well, I personally, this is not a legal answer, but personally, I think there's an agenda behind it, and it's a dark one, and it's desensitizing children to certain things.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately what's behind it.
Right.
And it's very incremental and slow, but that's my personal opinion.
Yeah,
on
no,
that.
and I mean, I'm on board with that. I can totally agree with that. So then let's back up a second here, because we had many First Amendment type battles that were happening that you were involved in, that we had you on the program for during the legislative session, and one of them was on with regard to the Blaine Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
The Blaine Amendment, if you can briefly explain the history of how what is known as the Blaine Amendment is in our Idaho Constitution and many other states' constitutions.
Mm-hmm.
Can you kind of explain again the Blaine Amendment? And again, folks, this deals with whether or not the state can give money to a sectarian institution, right?
Correct, exactly. So the history of the Blaine Amendments, they are portions of state constitutions that prohibit public funding from going to any religious purpose or person or entity. And the history on it, it's rooted in actually Catholic bigotry and trying to prevent monies from going to Catholic parochial schools back in the 1800s. And at the federal level, adding this to the United States Constitution failed, but many states adopted this in their own state constitutions.
Do you know, real quick, do you know the history of why was the Catholics, were they the only ones that were setting up like quote private schools, or Catholic, were they the only ones doing it, or were there other sectarian schools that were popping up?
What I think at the time, the more public schools were actually pretty Christian based. They were Protestant based, right? And so I think the Catholics, in response to that, started forming their own schools, because they have slightly different belief systems. And so that was kind of the battle at the time, from my understanding.
Okay, so and when you say at the battle at the time, I mean, when did Blaine go around the country doing this? It was like the early
1800s.
1800s.
Yeah.
So we had been a country for a little while.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Supposedly operating under the separation of church and state.
Mm-hmm.
But you're telling me that even though there was a separation of church and state, there was a religious sect, the Catholics, who looked at public schools and said it's too Protestant for our tastes.
Right.
So we're going to do our own schools.
Right. And then it became kind of a financial battle between the two.
Right. But that means that there was Protestantism
in the schools.
In the schools.
Yes.
So how
that
could
is in our history, yes.
How could that have happened? How could that have happened if there was a separation of church and state? Maybe we have to go back to what does the separation of church and state mean?
Well, that is not in our Constitution.
It's not, right?
It's not. The Establishment Clause is in our Constitution.
Which is what?
And all that means is that the government, and specifically federal government, cannot mandate a religion. Right? That doesn't mean that the government can never speak about religion, can never speak about God, and have this strict wall of separation between the two. That was never the intention. It still should not be the intention, but for a lot of people, for a lot of years, that has been the assumption.
Right. And I don't know. I mean, I've asked you this question before, but like, how do we start to educate the public and really get them to understand that the separation, that wall of separation was meant to disallow the government from forcing you to worship a certain way.
Exactly.
Right? It was like
Right.
They weren't going to tell the Catholics you have to be Protestant.
Right.
They were just saying what, essentially.
Well, and you have to look at the history of it, right? In England, when the first Americans came over and they were dealing with the issues of the Church of England, right? That's where all this came from, where that was a state-mandated religion. The church controlled everything about the government, right? So that's where they came from, which is why they, established our country the way that they did. But the intention was not to remove, faith from the government entirely, to not even be able to have the conversations. It's gotten to that point where, we can't even talk about it in a government setting, right? And that actually leads to religious hostility, When the government is saying, oh my gosh, we can't talk about that, here, that creates a hostility, right, towards faith and people of faith. And that's the opposite of what the intention was. At the time.
Yeah, it was to remove hostility, to allow people to live free, to live freely.
Right.
We've also talked a lot about the compelling interest, of the state, right? They have a compelling interest, so that if a religion were to engage in practices that that did something that felt like it was just a little bit too far. I mean, is that I don't want. I mean. The thing about it, the way my objective mind goes is like, well, I could look at anybody's lifestyle and say they're going too far in one direction or another, right? Even in my own life, right? But I think when it comes to this whole notion of compelling interest, where somebody can't hide behind their religion and murder somebody.
Right.
For a sacrifice to their God, right?
Exactly.
So when you hear a bunch of these folks out there that are, they're being facetious somewhat, but I believe that they would take advantage of it if they could, like Satanists who say, well, we're a religion and our thing says we need to have this, that, and the other thing. And perhaps there's a sect of religion out there that would want to engage in some sort of sacrifice or some sort of something. How does that not equate to religious freedom?
So anytime, as you said, if the government has a compelling interest that's narrowly tailored to prohibit either the free exercise of religion, free speech as well, then they can step in and say, our compelling interest outweighs your free exercise, your free speech, and step in and prevent it. Now, that it's a high barrier for the government to show that they have that compelling interest, but it's not impossible. And I mean, the example you gave is one where if a religion mandates murder of any kind, I think that's a very compelling interest for the state to say, no, we have a compelling interest in preventing murder, okay? And so we're not going to allow you that religious freedom that you're saying you have. So that is how those cases are analyzed.
Yeah.
And any government restriction is analyzed.
Right. Okay. So now going back to the Blaine Amendment, because I know we went on a bit of a tangent there, but we've got all night, folks. I don't want to keep you here all night, but we've got all night, so we may go on some tangents. But going back to the Blaine Amendment, so this was an amendment that was put into the Constitution, and you're saying the history of this was because of the rise of these Catholic schools that were happening, and their demand for funding, or was that the case? Was that?
Well, Blaine was concerned that state funding could go to Catholic schools in some situations, and so that's what he sought to stop, right, by putting this in state constitutions. Attempted to have it put in the U.S. Constitution as well, and that didn't happen.
Right. So he went to each state to have.
Correct.
Right. Okay, so then that brings us to today, because Senator Brian Lenny and others have pointed this out various times. Senator Scott Herndon, both on the ballot today. Both, I think, are going to do very well tonight. We'll see. But both of them have pointed out that because they are for getting rid of the Blaine Amendment, which I want to ask you about the precedent for that, because people are referring to it as dead law.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
And because of some Supreme Court cases that took it head on. But in Idaho, public money. In fact, there's a new program called the Launch Program, which grants $8,000 to a high school graduate for them to use on college tuition for workforce training or whatever you want to call it. A couple of the approved places and schools that they can use that money is at, like, BYU.
Religious schools.
Religious schools.
Yeah.
So is there a distinction between K through 12 and university religious schools? I mean, these are both educational institutions. Is there any precedent or any reason why there should be a distinction where the state is okay giving money to a religious university but not a religious parochial school?
No, it depends on how the state is choosing to apply the Blaine Amendment, right? It's there as a tool for them, and I know it's being used as a tool, to prevent monies from going to certain entities, I guess. But that's why we need to have it removed. Is at a minimum it's confusing, right? It's very confusing, and the state it should be clear, that state officials, when they're offering any type of benefit, like the one you're talking about, like many other benefits potentially that the state chooses to open up to the public, that the Blaine Amendment should not be in the conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's a benefit offered, the state should not be able to discriminate against religious entities, religious people, whether they're going to use it for a religious purpose, which is in what the Blaine Amendment can prohibit.
And that is brilliant. I mean, that is the argument, right? You're like saying like the state is offering this grant or these funds,
benefit of some kind.
Yeah, some sort of benefit, and the government is now coming along and saying, oh, but because you believe in these values or because you're teaching these values, you're not allowed to do that.
Correct.
You forwarded me a case that you just took on with a church down south in I forget exactly where. Is it Middleton? Middleton,
yes.
yeah. And I posted this when you sent it to me. I posted it directly to X, and it got some legs and some views. But explain this case to me, because this is going to, I think this is going to be the case that in the next legislative session, when they keep saying, well, this doesn't happen in Idaho. We need an Idaho, this isn't an Idaho problem. You keep citing Montana or all these other states. Like, whoa. So what is this? Walk us through this case, because this is a very important case. Listen to Kate here. This is a very important case.
Yeah, so we represent a church who was renting facilities from a public charter school. And they had a lease agreement. They had a great relationship with the school. And the school applied for a state-backed bond to build onto the school.
The school did. The school applied, not the church.
Correct.
Okay.
The school did. And in their final okaying, essentially, of this bond, the state agency in charge of this said the church can't be there in order for us to approve this bond, because we think that's a benefit going to the church, and our state constitution, the Blaine Amendment, prohibits that. Okay, so this is a great example where, at least somewhere here, they are utilizing the Blaine Amendment to discriminate against religious entities like this church. So we will see what happens with Idaho's Blaine Amendment through this case. And I agree with you. I think this hopefully will be a catalyst for the legislative effort that was started to just repeal the whole Blaine Amendment.
Yeah, I mean,
it is being used in our state.
It's being used in our state, and the public charter has their relationship with whoever client they have. If they want to rent out their facility to a soccer team, they want to rent it out to the Rotary Club, whatever it is, like the state coming in and saying, oh, you do business with them and they'll benefit. Like that's, the stretch on that. And that's
it's
here in Idaho.
Yeah.
It's
a very tangential benefit for the church. You know what I mean? This is not even a direct benefit to the church. It's very tangential.
Yeah. What is it they exactly want to build? The school.
They're
like, we want a chapel. No, right?
No, they're just building, they're expanding, right? Yeah. And so they need more facilities.
Okay, so the case is, what's the name of the church?
It is Truth Family Bible Church Middleton.
Truth Family
is the name of the church. Yes.
Right, Truth Family Bible Church Middleton. And in fact, that pastor, we have a clip from that pastor. You don't need to play it, Jeremy. We can play it later. But that pastor is very involved. He spoke. He gave a couple times. He gave testimony. I don't know if it was on the Blaine Amendment.
Yes, he did.
He did, right? Yeah. And how when did this happen? Maybe that's why he's been speaking out, because he's like, this is affecting us,
Well, exactly. It happened before the hearing, I should say, in the legislature, and so he became aware of all of this. Most people don't know what the Blaine Amendment is, right? Until it's in their face.
Most people don't know about a lot of things until it hits them in the face.
That is a good point. Yes,
there is a fantastic book by I think Harvey Silverglate is one of the authors. And are you familiar with Harvey Silverglate? First Amendment attorney, I believe. But it's called 3 Felonies a Day. And he talks about how in America, the average person commits 3 felonies a day and they don't even know it. It's a fantastic. It's a little exaggerating, but it kind of goes through like did you know that what you just did was a felony?
Right.
Anyway. All right. Well, then we want to keep tabs on that case. Where can you I know you can't really share us the details of the case, but where is it right now? Are you in discovery? Are you headed to trial? Where are we at?
Very early on. None of that is happening yet. So complaint was recently filed, and that's it.
Gotcha.
So we're very early on still.
And it was filed against the state of Idaho or specific division?
It's against both the school and the Idaho Housing and Finance Association because
Okay.
they are the bond issuers.
Gotcha. And the school is like reluctantly a defendant in this, or could they
in a
have?
sense, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in a sense.
Because the school
They wanted the church to stay.
They wanted the church to stay.
Yes.
But in order for them to get the bond, they had to terminate the lease. So they're kind of like, hey, we gotta.
Right.
I mean, I get it.
Right.
I mean,
right.
The government strong-armed them. I wouldn't see them also coming on at a later time in a different countersuit maybe and suing the state for forcing them to do something they didn't want to do. Hey, the state does that a lot, doesn't it? Forces people to do things they don't want to do. Jeremy's laughing over there. Poor guy. Okay. Well, Kate, let's take a quick break. You can stick around?
Sure.
All right.
Yep.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to check in. We're not going to have any results for another 40 minutes at least for anything that's going on down south. But we've got 40 minutes left up here in the north before the polls close. Hopefully you're in line watching, waiting to vote if you haven't voted already. But there's a live look right now at the vote for John Padula, it says on our shirt. This is the John Padula County Commissioner party with a full band in effect. So we will be right back with Kate Hartley.
All Idaho lawmakers swear an oath to support the Idaho and U.S. constitutions. But how's that working out for you? Because not all Idaho lawmakers share the same values. That's where the Citizens Alliance of Idaho Pledge comes in. 10 statements inspired by those 2 founding documents that are designed to preserve our shared values. Values such as education freedom, safeguarding free speech, defending our protected right to self-defense, and being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. When a lawmaker signs the pledge, they are performing an act of political courage, accepting the challenge to be a champion for our values, and serving with political integrity. To find out if your lawmaker signed the pledge, visit idahopledge.com. Paid for by Citizens Alliance of Idaho. We ride together.
It's not up there anymore. I don't know. I got to fix it out. I'm live. Okay. Hey, folks. Welcome back. You're looking at a live shot now of Life Public House in downtown Coeur d'Alene. That is the John Padula for County Commissioner, Kootenai County, party going on out there. We're on the inside, so you probably can hear a little bit of the music that's going on out there, which is really nice to hear. Nice band playing. We have a giveaway. We've got just a few more minutes on this giveaway, or do we have another hour perhaps? But right behind me, check this rifle out. Did you know we're giving this away? No. This is a Ruger-made Marlin 1895 lever action rifle. Absolutely gorgeous. It's got some beautiful weight on it. And we're giving this away to folks who enter at CAIPAC2024.com/rifle. There it is. It's an SBL series model, 1895. It shoots 40-75, and it is a fantastic rifle. This is the rifle that like tamed the West. This thing could take down a bear.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful gun.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. We're here with Kate Hartley, Pacific Justice Institute. If you were a regular viewer of Idaho Signal during the legislative session, we had Kate on many times. One of the cases that really broke through for you, and I know you had two cases that were going on simultaneously from one event. This was the out in Kellogg.
Yes.
The case out in Kellogg.
Yes.
And real quick, the brief rundown was last summer. A student was reprimanded basically and told that he could not walk over through his graduation because he had said at an assembly, boys are boys, girls are girls. There is no in between, something to that effect. And he was summarily reprimanded, told he couldn't participate in graduation. He had a job offer, I think, with the fire service that was rescinded.
Forest Service,
the Forest Service that was rescinded. And then and during a walkout, which I was there, I don't know if you were there too, but during this walkout that happened in support of Travis, a bus driver, a beloved bus driver, got fired on the spot because he was holding an American flag outside there. So, Kate, these are two cases that happened in Kellogg, right up here in the Silver Valley, up here in North Idaho, and you took these two Idaho Supreme Court cases. Were they in the Idaho Supreme Court, or they were just in the Idaho court?
Federal district court. Yeah.
The federal district court.
Yeah.
That's right, because we were talking about putting them through Idaho. There was so much is going on. So get us a little bit up to speed with, it was Dakota was the school bus driver. So give us a little bit of what that case was involved, what your defense was, or your case was, and then what was the turnout.
So both of these cases were free speech cases, right? The student in the school saying what he said, and then reprimanding him for that was viewpoint discrimination, right, under the free speech clause of the First Amendment. And same with Dakota, the bus driver, right?
Yeah.
He went to this protest in support of the student. He did this in his off time, so he was not on the clock at work at the time.
It was a day off.
So he was not,
Right.
he was not working. And all he did was attend, and he didn't announce himself as an employee there. And, he had a right to do that, right? That was his free speech right to express his support for this student and have an opinion on that, essentially. And so they both had free speech cases. Again, they're analyzed a little bit differently with an employee versus a student. So there's a little bit, there are some differences and nuances there. But yeah, Dakota, the bus driver's case has settled. And so that has concluded.
So you came to an agreement with the district, right?
Yes, exactly.
And I know you can't disclose the terms of it, but was I assume that this was like a monetary
Correct.
type of agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And was he able to get his job back, or he's moved on?
He has moved on.
Okay.
He moved on from the district, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, good for him. I assume when you do a settlement, both sides are agreeing to
certain terms.
Be happy with it.
Exactly. Correct.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Good. And so then Travis's case, who was the student, he has it sounds like he might have an even bigger case because he's not an employee. He is enrolled in school, and therefore, does he have a better case, a bigger case?
I don't know if it's better. They're analyzed a little bit differently, right? For an employee, the big factors we look at are, what was their job? Was their speech seemingly them speaking as if they were the government? Meaning, so was he at work at the time? Did he express that he was speaking on behalf of his government employer? Which in his case he wasn't, right? He was in his off time. He wasn't in a policy-making type job, right? He wasn't, calling the shots, essentially, right? He was a pretty low-level employee. For a student, a school district can restrict certain types of speech for students, right? Speech that's vulgar, they're protecting the innocence of minors, right? They are in charge of minors while they're at school, right? So they do have a little more latitude to suppress speech in some ways, right? If it's vulgar, if it's a complete disruption to the educational process.
Okay.
But in this case, neither of those things were true in Travis's case.
He was
not vulgar. I mean, he made a, plain, clear statement.
And he did it as part of a he was given the microphone, right?
Correct.
He wasn't. He didn't shout it out and disrupt a.
The school didn't shut down after what he said, right? There wasn't a disruption of the educational process. And again, viewpoint discrimination. So he made a statement about human sexuality, right? Which is a hot button topic right now in our country, in our state. And the school, if they're allowing the other viewpoint to be expressed, they cannot shut down his viewpoint, which is the opposite of that.
Right.
If they allow one in, they have to allow the other one in.
Right.
And so again, there's evidence that the other viewpoint was out there, and so his viewpoint should have been allowed to be out there as well.
Right.
And so that's kind of the meat of his case.
So and that case is still currently being litigated?
That's correct. Yes.
And what stage? Where are we at? Do we know? Are you?
There will be a hopeful conclusion soon.
Okay. Are you at a trial right now?
No.
Okay. So hopefully a settlement is on the way, perhaps. I'm so amazed at the level of just arrogance that folks who work in these school districts can have against something like this. Like school was the place where you learned civil discourse. You learned what it means to be part of a civil society. You learn what civics are. You learn what the what the Constitution meant. I mean, he was a senior.
Correct.
He was a senior.
Right.
And so by that point, you would think that whoever was teaching him the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and what it all meant, that would have seeped in. And these administrators and you don't have to go into this, but I just want everybody to know, like, that this allegedly, my understanding is that there was a teacher who was grossly offended by this and brought it up to the administration. And she happens to have, I don't know, maybe I don't need to get into all the gossip that's going on in that county. But if you live in that county, oh my dear, go read some of these articles. It's absolutely incredible what's going on over there. Okay, I won't do that. I don't like doing that. I mean, we'll do it all. We do it behind off mic or whatever. But
I would say,
anyway,
if I can interject.
Yeah, please save me here.
I would. In my experience, I think it's a combination of, I truly think a lot of these government employees just do not know the First Amendment. They
really?
Don't. Yes. I truly think they don't know what what they can and can't do. I think some know and they just don't care. But I also think some really don't know. But when you don't, as scary as that is, I think that's the truth.
But when you don't know, and then your default is to be a tyrant, like that's the issue. I mean, it's one thing if you just don't know and you're kind of like, oh, I don't know what to do in this situation.
And then you ask for help, maybe first.
Yeah. Yeah. But to just summarily go right out there and say you're done. I mean, from what I understand, like he said what he said, and then there was no reaction really to it until a day or two later.
Right.
And so it was like, oh, this needs to be there needs to be a reaction. There needs to be something, because he just hurt a whole group of people's feelings,
Yeah.
And when did we become that society where feelings dictate law?
The First Amendment does not protect you from being offended.
Right.
And that's a very common misunderstanding, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And the term hate speech, is being thrown around a lot. And, what does that even mean? And
I don't know what
it's not, it's
because there are things
get
that
a lot of questions about that recently. I mean, people are afraid that something they say may be termed as hate speech, and they're going to either get sued for it or prosecuted for it.
Really?
Yeah, and it's
Speech
is protected. Speech is protected.
Yeah. What is? I mean, Travis's statement aside, what has been the most to you innocuous statement that's been considered hate speech? Is there anything that you can think of that you've seen in your guys' files where?
Well, again, legally, from a pure legal standpoint. I mean, the term hate speech is thrown around, but it's not really anything with legal teeth, right? I mean, you can have hate speech, but it's still protected by the First Amendment. Unless it's connected to an actual crime or something else in addition to that, it's not illegal, right? But I think people are starting to use this term more and more for things that offend them, right? And that's coming out, whether it's about, again, the same topic about human sexuality and what that means. And, oh my gosh, if you don't get on board with what I think, then it's hate speech.
Yeah.
I mean, we see that. And we have people concerned, that they're going to be targeted for that.
Well,
which is the point, right?
It is,
then
yeah.
It
now
chills their speech. Yeah.
Exactly. If they think, I'm going to... I mean, look at what happened to the recent... the NFL kicker that had that speech in front of a commencement speech, right?
Yeah.
He was giving, where he said, from what I could see, the big issue is that he said that some of the women in the audience might be looking forward to being a mom and a wife.
Traditional family, yes.
Yes, which we have to talk about before you leave. What is...
Are people calling that hate speech?
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, the NFL has come out and admonished him.
It's calling it hate speech.
I mean, is that the term they were calling? I mean, they were calling it something.
Yeah.
If it wasn't hate speech, it was offensive speech, and therefore he should be admonished in the NFL.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. I bet he has got a lot of supporters too, though.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's and that's unfortunately that is the divide that we're just in, right? And it's unfortunate.
All right. Well, speaking of the great segue, speaking of traditional families, we are now entering week number 2.
Yes.
Of what would have been, not would have been. It is. But
we'll just claim it.
Well, we're gonna claim it. Last weekend was Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. I didn't see you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Explain to us here a little bit about. I think it was Representative Joe Alfieri was. Sponsoring a House resolution that would honor traditional family values. You can see the website right there, tradfam.org. This celebrates traditional family values. And the way it celebrates it, I'm going to kick that kid. Sorry. There's a kid out there who's banging on these windows. It's absolutely insane. I'm so glad you guys can't hear it at home. Okay. Back to that website. It's a raucous night here. Who knew the John Padula people would be this crazy? They don't even know what the results are. The guy's walking around on crutches out there. Okay. Traditional Family Week. This was the first week is a celebration of motherhood. It starts with Mother's Day, which was last week, and now we've just entered week 2, which is a celebration of sons, brothers, and uncles. So the boys, the men.
Yep.
The men have a day.
Other than fathers, yes.
Other than, because then the fathers have their own. We end with fathers. That's right.
Yeah.
So walk us through a little bit about the impetus for trying to have a month-long or a 5-week-long celebration of traditional families. And then I'm going to ask you, because people also think that that's hate speech in and of itself. This whole movement was like a hateful movement. But walk us through here a little bit, because I know that you were an integral part of trying to get this set up here. Walk us through a little bit of what this this idea of traditional family celebration is.
Yeah. So really about this time last year, I got a call from Conrad Woodall, who's also involved with this. He's a vice principal of a school here. He has a psychology background and works in parental rights. And he actually, after the Kellogg issue occurred about a year ago, and again, at the time, it was June Pride Month. The Target thing had just happened, and so
oh my gosh,
he called me and said, "Okay, this is just too much, right? This is too much. What can we do, right?" And he floated this idea of establishing basically a counter narrative to what we were being inundated with at the time, and and from my perspective, I said, we can't shut them down, right? But we can have our own viewpoint expressed more on this. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole point of free speech, right?
Yes,
it's
exactly.
to say, I'm not going to shut you down.
Yes.
I'm going to answer it with more speech.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. And so that was how it started. And we started drafting this resolution. It's actually funny now in hindsight thinking we hadn't even talked to a legislator yet about this. We started writing it and we said, hopefully someone will take this on, right? You know, to actually establish an official traditional family values month, you know, from Mother's Day to Father's Day. And so we started drafting it, and of course, we spoke to Ben Taves about it, a local senator here in Coeur d'Alene, and of course, he was on board with it and very excited to be part of that. And so it celebrates the different aspects of the family from Mother's Day to Father's Day. And the goal, too, is for communities to host celebrations for the traditional family, and also to really educate the community and the culture at large about the statistics behind those that are in a traditional family or come from a traditional family, and how healthy an individual, a family, a community can be when we have strong traditional families. Yeah. So we... Ben Taves and Joe Alfieri presented this in the legislature this past session, and it passed in the House and did not get a hearing in the Senate.
What a shock.
So that is what happened with
Yeah.
it. So we're going to try again next year.
Yes.
We will not give up.
Well, and
And as you said, it was considered hateful and all these different things, which was just a fascinating, heartbreaking thing to watch. I mean, fascinating is not the right word, but it was a heartbreaking thing to watch that happen, right? Because the intention of this is not to disparage anybody else. It's just to give a platform to this view that we feel does not have a platform right now.
Yeah, because I mean, whenever the Pride Month thing happens, I don't feel personally attacked.
Correct.
I see them celebrating their, you know, they're being prideful about their sexual habits, right? So I could be offended by it, but I certainly don't feel attacked.
And you don't have to agree with it.
And I don't have to certainly agree with it.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Although here's where we're at, Kate. See if, there used to be a time where people were called upon to just tolerate things, and then toleration. Once people started tolerating things, then it was, well, you have to accept it.
Yeah.
Now I have to accept things. But now we've moved past acceptance, and now now you have to advocate for it.
Yeah, you have to promote it.
You have to promote it.
Yeah.
And if you're not promoting it, silence is violence and all that sort of thing, right? And then now I think we're in a new phase now. And I don't quite know exactly what it is, but there's a you've mentioned dark forces before. There are dark forces at play, and I don't know what it is. So a lot of prayers going on out there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, Kate, thank you so much for joining us and coming in here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
I've been
Always
looking,
appreciate it.
Yeah, and I've been looking out here. There's been a lot of folks coming by. I think I saw Representative Joe Alfieri in here, which would be kind of cool to get
Very
him
good.
on. I don't know.
Maybe he'll join you.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But I wish you luck with this case with that church in Middleton.
Thank you.
We're going to pay very close attention to this. You had mentioned also that the resolution on the traditional family celebrations, it will most likely come back in 2025 in some form or another.
Yes.
And tonight is the night that we're going to learn whether or not more bills like that are going to pass, because the Senate hangs in the balance tonight, folks. There is a great chance that tonight the Idaho Senate goes conservative, and bills that you were championing that were passing through the House and died in the Senate without even a hearing will come through. Any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on the election? I mean, anything that you...
Oh, I mean... More people need to vote. I know we talked about this earlier. That's always frustrating to see everyone complain about what's happening and then they don't vote, right?
Yeah.
I completely agree. I think the Senate has some issues, and we saw that pretty loud and clear this past session and how that manifested specifically. So yeah, I would love to see some changes there. It's important.
Yes.
Local politics, state politics are you know,
gotta be engaged.
gonna affect you more than anything else.
That's very true. Very true. I don't even know what's going on in the Congress other than more money being spent. That's about it.
Yep. Right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Kate, again.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the evening, folks. We're going to take another short break. We've got, like I said, we've got some guests out in the wings waiting out there to come on in, and we are about 15 minutes away from the close of the polls here in the north, which means the whole state can start reporting their results. So stick around for that. We will be right back.
Someday when the war is finally won, after all the damage has been done, you will look around and have to ask yourself, did you wake up with the lions, or did you just stay asleep? Someday when the truth has been revealed, after all the effort to be healed, you will see the wounded everywhere you go. So wake up with the lions, don't let yourself stay asleep. Wake up to the crossfire, wake up from the lies, wake up from the fear that's covering up your eyes. Wake up from the hate and wake up to the cries. Wake up as a warrior fighting for what's right. Wake up as a soldier and wake up with the lions. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Someday when the dark has been destroyed, broken by the rebel girls and boys, you'll be looking back and have to ask yourself, did you fight for it with lions, or did you just stay asleep? So will you wake up with the lions, or will you just stay asleep? Someday when the war is finally won, after all the damage has been done, you will look around and have to ask yourself, did you wake up with the lions, or did you just stay asleep? Someday when the truth has been revealed, after all the effort to be healed, you will see the wounded everywhere you go. So wake up with the lions, don't let yourself stay asleep. Wake up to the crossfire, wake up from the lies, wake up from the fear that's covering up your eyes. Wake up from the hate and wake up to the cries. Wake up as a warrior fighting for what's right. Wake up as a soldier and wake up with the lions. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Someday when the dark has been destroyed, broken by the rebel girls back and have to ask yourself, did you fight for it with lions, or did you just stay asleep? So will you wake up with the lions, or will you just stay asleep? Someday when the war is finally won, after all the damage has been done, you will look around and have to ask yourself, did you wake up with the lions, or did you just stay asleep? Someday when the truth has been revealed, after all the effort to be healed, you will see the wounded everywhere you go. So wake up with the lions, don't let yourself stay asleep. Wake up to the crossfire, wake up from the lies, wake up from the fear that's covering up your eyes. Wake up from the hate and wake up to the cries. Wake up as a warrior fighting for what's right. Wake up as a soldier and wake up with the lions. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Someday when the dark has been destroyed, broken by the rebel girls and boys, you'll be looking back and have to ask yourself, did you fight for it with lions, or did you just stay asleep? So will you wake up with the lions, or will you just stay asleep?
All Idaho lawmakers swear an oath to support the Idaho and U.S. constitutions. But how's that working out for you? Because not all Idaho lawmakers share the same values. That's where the Citizens Alliance of Idaho Pledge comes in. 10 statements inspired by those two founding documents that are designed to preserve our shared values. Values such as education freedom, safeguarding free speech, defending our protected right to self-defense, and being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. When a lawmaker signs the pledge, they are performing an act of political courage, accepting the challenge to be a champion for our values, and serving with political integrity. To find out if your lawmaker signed the pledge, visit idahopledge.com. Paid for by Citizens Alliance of Idaho. We ride together.
Through the madness and the lies, as they're holding back the truth.
Welcome back. We are live at Life Public House in downtown Coeur d'Alene. What you're looking at there on the other side of the room that we're in is an election night party for the John Padula campaign. They have had the other side of the window there booked for their election night party. John Padula is running for the Kootenai County Commissioner. And he's got a full house, full packed house here as we continue our election night coverage here in the beautiful state of Idaho. It's May 21st, 2024. The polls are about We're about 5 minutes away from closing up here in the north. And I am here right now with Senator Carl Bjerke. That's your mic there, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome to the program. You are one of the few people in the state, one of the few Republicans who had a challenger in the primary that, at least here in Kootenai County, was known for many, 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 many years as an active activist in the Kootenai County Democrat Party, the Democrat Central Committee, or whatever they call it. In fact, she was the treasurer right before leaving and becoming a Republican to run in a few different Republican races. But she's running against you tonight. So first question is, how do you think you're faring today at the polls? What do you think your outcome is going to be tonight? And then second, how do you feel about being one of the few Republicans to have a former Democrat running against you?
Boy, that's a tough one. I mean, I am unique in that respect. I was texting some folks today, that I know are being challenged, Senators Eiderfeld and Nichols and Lenny and Herndon, and just telling them good luck, praying that everything works out well. But I think those are more kind of legitimate Republican contenders, I guess, or challengers. I was a little surprised, but I guess these days I'm often not surprised, And I like to say I'm almost, well, I don't want to say I'm disappointed. It's one of those things. It's kept me on my toes a little bit.
Good, which is good, right?
Which is good.
Yeah.
Little things you don't think about. People see that you have a challenger, and they tend to actually contribute to your campaign, things like that. So,
right.
I'm in her district. She's run before. I don't know. I guess I didn't escape being challenged by her. But if the polls close and we start looking at the totals coming in and I'm faring well, then no harm, no foul.
Right.
You know, like I said, though, you got to be prepared for just about anything these days.
Yeah.
Politics are getting kind of weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I have your results from last time somewhere here. Yes, 2022 results. And you, Senator Carl Bjerke represents District 5, which is mostly the Post Falls area, some of Coeur d'Alene, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it starts down in Worley, actually.
Oh, okay.
On the Benoit border there, Kootenai, everything kind of
Right.
west of the lake, all the way up to Prairie. It kind of winds around North McGuire and Atlas and Hutter
Yeah.
pole line. It's a kind of difficult
Little
boundary.
zigzag boundary.
So but I would say about 85 to 90% of my constituents are actually in Post Falls.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but I've got Cougar Gulch, I've got all that area,
And 2 years ago, it was represented by then Senator Riggs, and in that race, you cleaned his clock, so to speak, by winning by 24 points against the incumbent, which is, I mean, that is unprecedented in that it's not necessarily that rare to beat an incumbent, but to beat him by that much. I think sent a clear signal, at least for the area, between the differences. And I don't know how exactly that campaign was folding out for you, if you can remember way back then. But when you compare that campaign to what you had to go through this year, would you say that was a bigger challenge for you, especially as being a challenger?
especially because I got into the race a little bit later.
Ah, yes.
So I really had to kick off my campaign and hit the ground running, so to speak. I mean, this evening I would have been sign waving somewhere at the 41,
Yeah.
In Post Falls until the polls closed.
Yeah.
Obviously I was sat to Seattle and back today, so I'm just kind of rolling in from there. I had no idea I was going to beat Senator Riggs last time.
Right.
So what I was hoping for was a really good, strong showing, and to come to a watch party and go, boy, I got pretty close. And
Right.
that's really what I had in mind. I really did.
You had no plans to go down to
Yeah.
Boise and engage in any of the things you've been doing for 2 years.
Yeah, I thought it was really, and then when they started coming in, and it's like, holy smokes. People kept saying, hey, you might win this thing.
Yeah,
And then it just widened, and I go, this is almost a mandate. Yeah, so,
Right.
So when you have something like that happen, and then I finish up my 2 years in that term, and you know how you can be surprised that I can't take this for granted either, right? I
Mm.
could be certainly surprised that something weird might happen in this.
Sure.
You know, so it's different because you finish up the session, and a lot of the campaign time you're down there, you know. But either way, I'm hoping to pull this one out as well.
Yeah. Well, I think the signs are pretty strong. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, beating the incumbent last time by 24 points, and then having an opponent who was just a very active Democrat just a few
Right.
years ago doesn't bode well for that camp. So I think we're going to be all right. Okay, so let's get into one of the biggest things that happened this year down in Boise. You are a vice chair. Is that what they call it?
Yes,
Not
vice
a co-chair,
chair.
vice chair.
Yeah.
You're the vice chair of the Joint Finance Appropriation Committee on the Senate side,
On the Senate
obviously.
side.
And so you're vice chair to Senator Scott Groh's
yes.
chair position.
Right.
Right. And so with that position comes much responsibility. But one of the things that you guys worked really, really hard on, and I know Senator Groh and his co-chair, Wendy Horman, Representative Wendy Horman, and who's the co-chair or the vice chair on the House side?
Steve Miller.
Steve Miller. Okay.
Yeah.
So I imagine between the four of you, doing what you needed to do, and correct me where I'm wrong along the way here, in order to get this new budget process that is happening in Idaho. If you watched the session, and I'll quickly explain it, there's 108 budgets that you guys have to approve, somewhere around that number, that you have to approve in order for the government to function, in all the departments that get funded. You guys said, let's go in there and create 10 maintenance budgets that would basically fund the government with its previous funding, so that keep the lights on, keep everything going as is, and then separate out and vote on budgets for any more growth that might need to happen in that department. And so what was that battle like? I mean, we can look in hindsight now. It happened the way you hopefully hoped it would happen.
Yeah.
But in hindsight, what were you thinking going into that? Did you think it was going to succeed? And what were some of the big hurdles?
Well, there's a hurdle just being a vice chair on the Senate Finance Committee, right? So you're in a position where, you know, I take the Constitution of Idaho pretty seriously, right? And we have to have a balanced budget, an annual balanced budget, right? At the end of the day, you know, there's a lot of battling that goes on in committee, you know, and at some point we've got to pass a budget, right?
Right.
You know, so there's a lot of kind of political liability just involved in that, when that's kind of your job. You're part of that team that ultimately, you know, has to have that budget pass, right? And we can talk about that forever. But so to answer your question, that process, I was just excited about it because as we were leading up to that session, I was communicating with Senator Groh. I saw that as a really, really good step to providing a little bit more accountability and a little bit more transparency to how we do the budget, you know, because I had some thoughts after my first time that, boy, we've done this for the same way for like 57 years. There's been slight changes, right? And I go,
Sure.
And I go, man, who am I to step in and say that this is not the perfect way to do something? You know, it's as ingrained in the Idaho budget process as is a computer.
You beat your previous opponent by 24 points.
Yeah, so who am I?
We want you are
Yeah.
the man with
Yeah.
the fresh ideas,
Right.
or
So-
at least
Yeah.
support new
Right.
ideas,
Yeah.
right?
So
go ahead.
there was a lot that went into it, and it was a bold step, and I think it gets diminished a little bit because so many people just aren't happy no matter what the budget looks like.
Right.
You know.
Right.
I knew
Even fiscal conservatives.
Right.
I mean, everybody's
Yes.
still screaming, "Oh, it's too much, still too
Right.
much." You know.
Yeah. So-
and I could definitely be one of them in a lot of areas.
Yeah, and yeah, I can say it's tough. You know, instinctively, I knew that this was going to be a good thing moving forward. It wasn't easy. It started out easy. You know, it's like everybody kind of like came along. You know, we were having meetings with some of the the other folks, the Republicans on the committee. You know, a lot of these people are heavy hitters. They're chairmen of their own committees, and they've been on JFAC for a while. And and if you are that person, you're going to be a little skeptical because you've been doing this a certain way, and someone's changing it. But I think it was going along swimmingly until it got real close to actually being implemented. And then some folks that originally thought it was a good idea decided that it wasn't such a good idea. So there was a little battle that happened.
Yeah.
I think
oh, there was a major. I mean, we had we were covering it. We
Yeah.
were naming names. I don't want to
Right.
put you on the spot,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we were definitely doing that here, and we were trying to champion folks, even behind the scenes, trying to send messages and rally people to say, "Hey, call your senator, call your representative, call the JFAC folks, and tell them that you're behind them." You know,
Right.
and I hope you got a lot of that love as well and support.
Right. And I believe we did, and I think that really helped a lot.
Right.
I mean, because it was kind of nip and tuck a little bit there.
Yeah, well, that's you out there, folks. I mean, the
yeah.
folks that you guys out there that were watching this, and you were watching that battle, supporting folks like Carl, supporting the masterminds behind this whole budget, this new way of doing the budget. You guys did a fantastic job. These signal callers, I call them our signal callers out there, we're doing a fantastic job, and you know, we want to keep this show going, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it again next year. So we're just going to amp it up. And so any more hot ideas that you got coming off, coming next time will be great.
Yeah, well, some of the things we are going to do. You know, this is a budget process in transition, because it's not just stopping here with the maintenance separated out, and then of course the line items. We really need to find out what's in the base of these budgets. So when we signed those maintenance budgets, we just took for granted that it would be a first step. Here's the maintenance budget, but we need to actually see what's in there. You know.
Okay, so you're looking forward to like even diving into those.
Yes, and then as unpopular as what we did with the maintenance budget separated out from the line items, this is even going to be worse, I think.
Wow.
And I'm supposed to be not so talkative about it, not to kind of, set that stage too early for some folks.
Sure.
We do have what we call a summer and fall tour for JFAC. We start working on the budgets the first week of June, so that'll be our first time.
So you're already getting
into it and looking at those budgets. We'll know more about it then, and my hope with everything going on nationally, I mean, just the debt, the angst. Everybody that is concerned about the budget is righteously. They're right. This is a problem in our nation.
Yeah.
And if we can buffer somehow and sustain Idaho and separate it out from any potential economic disaster or lessen the degree of it.
Yeah.
That's, I think, our perspective. So
yeah.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Well, hopefully after tonight, and the polls are officially closed here in the north. It is 8 minutes past 8 o'clock, so the polls have closed. And as these results start coming in, and we'll check with them here in a moment, but as these results start coming in, if we start seeing the Senate becoming more conservative, if we see the House, affirming its way back into the conservative realm, although they pass a lot of great conservative bills that die in the Senate.
Right.
I mean, what's your perspective on that? I mean, we see bills, probably ones that maybe you were ready to co-sponsor if they crossed over to the House. They sit in committee. They never get heard. I mean,
yeah. Unfortunately, that's part of the system, and I can argue both sides of it, maybe. But it's unfortunate.
It
because,
is.
I mean, I had one bill that I saw that really up close and personal this time because I thought it was going to pass, and I got it through Health and Welfare, and it has nothing to do with the budget, but it's to allow chiropractors to return a player, in high school sport, let's say they got a concussion, to be able to treat it, make the decision about when that player can return to play.
Okay.
And I can talk and tell you that this is a good thing, right?
So are you saying like that for a chiropractor to be allowed to do that? They're not allowed to do that right now?
They're not allowed to do that right now. Per statute in Idaho. They can supervise the medical athletic trainers.
Okay.
But as the people supervising those athletic trainers, you would think that they would have the ability to do that as well.
Right, yeah. Is this some sort of anti-chiropractor thing? Or?
Well, I got it through St. Luke's. I mean, did I say it? I'm sorry. I got it through the Health and Welfare Committee, and I got it across the Senate floor.
Yeah.
And it got onto the House side, and it was beat up.
Oh, so when it got to the House, so you're saying you saw it happen on the reverse?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So it happens both ways.
Yes, it does.
And
sure.
I personally don't like to look at it as some kind of control issue.
Okay.
Because what we do down there should have our constituents as the number one benefactors.
Amen.
But there is strategy, gamesmanship, politics get involved.
Yeah.
As ugly as that can be, and it's something that if you don't know that and you don't know how to work around it, you can be at a deficit.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And I'm not saying anything is nefarious, but you better know what you're doing when you're moving a bill through.
Yeah.
And you need to know what all those potential risks are for
Right.
it not getting through.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Senator, thank you for joining us. I know you had that long drive back and forth across the Pacific Northwest.
I'm sorry.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I thank you for your time coming in here today. I think I'm not calling any races, but I have a pretty good feeling about your race. And I look forward to sending you a congratulatory text.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate everything you do, everybody that listens to your show, and all the people out in Idaho that care about what happens in the state and politics. We can't stop.
Yeah.
This is important for our future, isn't anything?
Yeah. Amen. Amen.
Yeah, but thank you.
All right. Thank you,
Appreciate
Carl. All right, folks. We'll be right back. We have some more guests joining us, so stick around.
If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. Yes, we have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Only love. We have all the time in the world, time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way will find us with the kiss of the world far behind us. Yes, we have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Only love. We have all the time in the world, time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way will find us.
All Idaho lawmakers swear an oath to support the Idaho and U.S. constitutions. But how's that working out for you? Because not all Idaho lawmakers share the same values. That's where the Citizens Alliance of Idaho pledge comes in. 10 statements inspired by those two founding documents that are designed to preserve our shared values. Values such as education freedom, safeguarding free speech, defending our protected right to self-defense, and being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. When a lawmaker signs the pledge, they are performing an act of political courage, accepting the challenge to be a champion for our values, and serving with political integrity. To find out if your lawmaker signed the pledge, visit idahopledge.com. CitizensAllianceOfIdaho.com. Paid for by Citizens Alliance of Idaho. We ride together.
Folks, it is now 20 minutes past the hour here in the north. That means the polls have closed at 8 p.m., and that means we get to play that fun montage again because, thank heavens, the election is over. Hit it.
Breaking election news.
This election is crazy, right?
It is finally election night.
This election is on every channel.
This election is about emotion.
Primary elections are over.
So when the election's over,
Come on, the election's over. The election's over.
Election ain't over. Election is out of control.
When the election is over, you'll probably be good friends.
This election is like a dream.
Election's over.
The election's over.
it's over.
The election is long over.
I'm just glad it's over. Now that the election's over.
Oh, I'm sure glad that's over.
I'm glad that's over. Friends again?
Oh, I'm just glad it's over.
Wow, I'm glad that's over.
Well, I'm glad that's all over. I'm just glad it's over with. I'm just glad it's over.
So am I.
Yeah, just glad it's over.
I'm still glad it's over.
So am I.
Glad it's over with, Benson.
That's a wrap.
Oh, we're live. I'm watching the delay. I'm watching this feed and not that feed and whatever. We got feeds all over the place. Welcome back. Idaho Signals live on the air. Hey, when we are outside of the studio, we don't know what is going on. I like being in my little cubicle, where I can just have my camera. Okay, with me here is Representative Elaine Price, District 4, Coeur d'Alene. Welcome, Elaine. Elaine is one of the few northern legislators that has an opponent. We just had Senator Carl Bjerke in here, who had an opponent, and I mean, going into this race, we thought everybody was going to have an opponent. How are you feeling about today, Elaine? Good to see you.
Thanks for having me, and that is so true. I think we all were kind of waiting to see who was going to line up against who, and the fact that I seem to be the lucky winner was kind of a surprise, but I'm okay with it. I'm feeling good. I don't like being overly optimistic, but I didn't see any ads. I didn't see any signs. So
for your opponent, you mean?
For my opponent.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping that we get to have the win tonight.
Yeah. Well, I think so too. Well, I will say I did see some materials for your opponent, but not as not because he was running for your seat, because he was running for the Kootenai County Central Committee precinct.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes.
It seems that the emphasis was more, and maybe we can talk about that in a minute, because I know you're the treasurer of the Kootenai County Republican Central Committee. So we'll get into the PC races here in a moment. But so because of the fact that you didn't really see too much outside, materials for your opponent, we could be pretty confident that you'll probably have a pretty good showing. I have the stats from last year, and I just kind of want to go over it because you took on an incumbent last year.
I did.
And again, District 4 is Coeur d'Alene, and we're in the heart of Coeur d'Alene right now. And you were up against an incumbent, Representative Paul Amador.
Correct.
And according to my stats here, that was a narrow contest. You won by 2.8%.
Yes, it was really close, and I squeaked out in the end because when the first numbers came out, the first few numbers fell in, I wasn't winning.
Yeah, because they had the early votes and the mail-in ballots and such.
And even when some of the first precincts came in, I still wasn't winning.
Right.
So I had pretty much resigned myself to the fact that I wasn't going to win.
Yeah, and if I recall, I think we were here at Life, and you went home.
I did.
And then someone said, Elaine, you took the lead. And,
I know.
And you came back.
It was really interesting because I just, it's like when you're losing and everybody comes up to you and says, how you feeling, how you feeling.
Right.
So it's kind of like picking that wound a little bit.
Right.
So I decided to go home. And
you went home. Yeah. But 220 people voted for you than him. That was the difference, 220 votes. So, but the percentage was close there, 2.8. I mean, it's a legitimate win. It wasn't like you had run for city council just a cycle right before, and you lost by like 40 votes. 39 votes. Yeah, incredible. So you know these tight, close races. I'm hoping for a big 30-point victory tonight. Wouldn't that be nice? We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good. All right. Well, let's talk. And I want to get into some of the legislation that you championed this session. But real quick, let's shift a little bit to the PC races, because all across the state, I mean, there's so many different names you can call the opposition within the Republican Party against conservatives, and people call them rhinos, people call them the old establishment or the old guard or whatever. But it's definitely a lot of folks that tend to not necessarily be on the side of what we see now with this conservative wave over the last few years.
Correct. I like to call what's been happening the grassroots, and that's what it feels like. It's a pushback from the regular people stepping up and saying enough is enough. So that's how I look at it, and I'm just hoping that our grassroots will be able to be strong and to be able to withhold this challenge that we're facing.
Yeah. When you look at turnout, did you vote in person today?
Absolutely.
You did.
Yeah.
What did you see anything at the polls today that kind of, was it busy? Was it not busy? What was your experience if you could take away anything?
Yeah, I go fairly early, so I didn't expect it to be super busy. It seemed quieter this year than the last time I ran, but I can't remember the time difference either. But I go fairly early.
Yeah.
So it seemed like, I go to a polling place that has two districts in it.
Okay.
Or two precincts in it.
Yeah.
And the other precincts seem to be busier. So.
Oh, interesting.
Then, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's it. Those people are early birds, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to move across the street.
That's right.
So were you then also just like your opponent for the legislative seat, were you two also running for your PC seat again? Do you have are you a PC?
No, I am not a PC.
You're not a PC.
No.
Okay.
And the position that I served as treasurer is elected from within the body. Once the body gets seated, then they elect their executive board, and I was elected within.
And you don't need to be a PC to be on that board. I
Correct.
see. Okay.
Yeah.
But do you know who your PC is in your precinct? Is that?
I do know who it is.
Is that public?
That would be my husband.
Your husband. Oh, fantastic. And was your husband on the ballot this time?
He was.
And who was his opponent?
Dan Scheckler.
Okay. And any information on that? Do you think your husband will do fine? I mean, what's the...
I really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But here's the interesting thing is that Dan and Richard met several times, and maybe it's okay for me to say this. I think that they would be okay if either one of them won.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So Dan seems like a great guy. He was not asked to run. He only jumped in the race because Richard had not filed yet.
Oh, interesting.
So
interesting.
He was not recruited. He was not asked to run.
Oh, interesting.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Was he on their ballot, their NIR ballots?
Yes.
He was. Okay.
Yes.
They're like, whoever's running against a sitting.
Yes.
So let's break this down a little bit, because like we said, we saw across the state the precinct committeemen in the Republican in the Republican central committees in each of the counties, each of the major counties. I don't know how a lot of the smaller rural ones were, but they had these big challengers.
Yes.
And there was a lot of money coming in from the top that was helping all of these folks create signs and do ads and texting and mailers and all that stuff. I mean,
I think they ran their campaigns for him, to tell you the truth.
They
I don't
did,
think
yeah.
they had to do anything. I know a lot of people who reached out to these candidates for the precinct committeeman races, and the majority of them have no idea what they're getting themselves into. they were asked to run and they said yes, and they were told that things would be taken care of for them. So
all they had to do was just blow up balloons and make cookies.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right.
So I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in a lot of these county Republican committees, because there's going to be people in there that just don't understand.
Right. I had heard a story because the Idaho GOP, their next convention, is that what it's called, a convention?
Uh-huh.
Their next convention is here in Coeur d'Alene.
It is.
And because it's here in Coeur d'Alene, Kootenai County, that the Kootenai County Central Committee committeemen would primarily be the hosts.
Correct.
And so I had heard a story that in order to prepare for that convention, the Central Committee in Kootenai County said, let's have a meeting with all of the candidates who may win or who are currently committeemen, and the candidates who might defeat them.
Correct.
Let's have everybody together so that everybody can go over what the roles are or what's to be expected with this convention.
Correct.
And I heard that none of the challengers showed up for this. So to your point, if they get seated, they're going to be
It's going
deer
to
in
be
headlights.
interesting. Yes, it's going to be interesting to see
Yeah.
what happens. So, and I appreciate the fact that that the current board reached out to these people to make sure that they were included, and the problem is that this is what I'm seeing with this group, is that there's people that don't like me, but they've never reached out to me, and they've never talked to me. And so I appreciate the fact that this current board reached out and tried to get them included in what's going on. And because we have like just weeks before this convention is happening.
Yeah, I mean, the vote is today, and then the convention is in the middle of June?
Yeah,
Or-
June 13th through the 15th.
Yeah, June 13th through the 15th. Yeah, so there it is, folks.
Yeah.
Come on up to Coeur d'Alene for that convention. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done. I want to ask you that. I just thought of it because the narrative across the state is that folks like you, because you're also part of the Idaho Freedom Caucus, am I correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, is that you guys are the problem. You are the far right, extremist, violent, insurrectionist, racist, xenophobe. What are the other names? Everything under the sun. You folks, look at her. I mean, can't you tell?
I fit that narrative.
Yeah. What is it with this pounding away at this narrative? I mean, do you think people really buy it when you go door knocking or when you talk to people that, I mean, do they go, "Oh, I'm so glad I talked to you. You're not who I thought." Do they say you are? Have you ever had that comment?
No, I haven't.
Okay, good. Well, you're here along your whole life, so
Yeah, exactly. They just seem appreciative that you're knocking on their door and you're asking questions. That seems to be the thing. I don't think people understand the division that's going on in the Republican Party as much as us who are involved in the party understand it.
There's a lot of inside baseball going on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Well, speaking of door knocking, I do have to share one thing, and I don't know if you know this already, but I got a stash of $100 grand. Can you guys see these $100 grand candy bars back here? And the reason why I got a stash of 100, and this one's for you, and here for your husband too, 100 grand. And the reason why we have 100 grand is because CAI PAC knocked 100,000 doors. Awesome. Including some in your district as well. Did someone come and knock at your door?
No, they came to our shop.
Oh, they came to the store. Look at that. I love it. And they had flyers and everything, right?
Yeah, sure
Absolutely.
did.
So so there's a couple of 100 grands for you. I mean, look, folks, you know, what we do at the Idaho Signal, trying to keep you up to speed on what's going on in the legislature during the legislative session. We're happy to have you here tonight for our election night special. We don't have any results coming in yet, especially in your race. Do you have some results that are happening down south? Well, hey, let's look at some, results, not necessarily results, but some current numbers coming in, they say. Should we look at this?
Yes.
Let's bring it up on the screen. What do you show us what you got? Where are my glasses? So we're going to scroll down. Oh, look at those. We got some colors up on the board here. So, this is up here. So Woodward. So you've got Jim Woodward early right now, and these are most likely the mail-in ballots and stuff coming in. 66-33. I mean, if that is all of the mail-in ballots, that's usually how they break. 60, 70-30, yes, 65-35 kind of thing. Normal. And here's an interesting race again. Again, this has got to be the mail-in ballots. They always get done early. This is a three-way race with Spencer Hutchings, Jane Sauter, Mark Sauter, no relation.
Nope.
As we've come to learn. So I wouldn't take too much stock in this yet, folks, because again, this is the early absentee ballots that are coming in. Cornell Razor, Chuck Lohman, he's got a better showing there, 60-40. These were uncontested races with Phil Hart, Heather Scott, and Dale Hawkins, fellow Idaho Freedom Caucus members, right? Yep. Excellent. Down in District 3, which is my district, looks like they have not yet tallied those votes. Both Vito and Jordan are good standing pledge signers with the CAI, so that's great. Here's your race coming up. Looks like they haven't tallied District 4 just yet. Ben Taves, Joe Alfieri, and there's Dave Ragland and Elaine Price. So we don't know any of yours yet. We just had Carl Bjerke in here against Sherry Zhao. Can we pause on this for a second? I want to get your insight on this because you know, being involved in the Central Committee here in Kootenai County, your adversary or your counterpart is the Kootenai County Democrat, right? And which Miss Sherry Zhao was the treasurer for, which you were their treasurer.
Yes.
So, ooh, exciting. So, and I don't know how their apparatus works, but that sounds to be maybe perhaps they had to elect her to that position, that board position. We don't know their structure.
Oh, we don't.
Yeah.
You would think that it worked the same way, but we don't know for sure.
Yeah, you don't know for sure. Yeah. But what do you think about folks like that who, and she ran 2 years ago against Tony or Ron, maybe Ron Mendive.
Ron Mendive, I believe. Yeah.
But before that, she was the treasurer for the Kootenai County Democrats. I mean, I looked over her website. We tried to find information about if there was something that just changed her heart, made her conservative, but. Yeah. What's the mindset? What's going on in our state? What's going on, Elaine?
Oh, they have the answer to that.
You're supposed to have the answer. You're the representative. Coeur d'Alene. It's mind blowing.
It is mind blowing.
It's mind blowing that people think they can just keep getting away with that stuff.
Well, and listen to the answers on some of the questionnaires, or even I was at a town hall that she was present and listening to the answers. And she admitted that she was a Democrat and that she switched over and she listed several people who have.
Oh, like Ronald Reagan and.
Yes.
Yeah.
And and even locally, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon Durst?
Yes.
Yep.
And so, but I didn't hear Republican conservative answers. So I don't know what made her switch.
Right.
But it goes back to what we dealt with at the last Republican convention, where there's people who switch just to have a say in the Republican Party and in the Republican primary.
Right,
and so,
right.
That crosses your mind when these things happen. And
right.
So and recently as well. I mean, why switch and then immediately run for office? Why not switch party, get used to being a Republican, and then maybe run? Right.
Yeah. So, no, I mean that would make a lot of good sense.
Yeah.
But we do see that even at the voter level, where, I mean, look, there's no secret, right? There's a lot of Republicans in Idaho, and there's a Republican majority. We've seen all these charts that come out and reports that come out that say, yes, these people are all registered Republican, but they seem to be voting like a Democrat.
Yes.
And so.
Yes.
And so there's a real and you say, well, how do they get in those positions? Well, some of them are concealing their true beliefs,
right,
perhaps, or they're getting voted in by Democrats who realize if they want to have a say in the primary that they've got to register as Republican.
Well, and you look at the initiative that's going on right now with the open primary.
Oh yes, very important.
I mean, this is their way of being involved in the primary. Well, now they're trying to push it as an initiative to be able to, as I heard, because I was there when they were recruiting signatures for the initiative, and people saying, well, it's only fair that we have a right to say what's going on in the primary. So it is exactly what you're saying. They feel the Republican is a supermajority. They don't have a say, so this is their answer to it.
Right. But again, and we had Kate Hartley in here earlier, where she said a lot of people don't know what the First Amendment means. And part of the First Amendment is the right for peaceful assembly and association and that sort of thing. And so when you have the reason why a political party existed was so that people of a like mind,
correct,
right, could coalesce and say, hey, we choose this person to represent our values.
Yes.
Because you're there to represent values as well, not just the people, but the people's values.
Yeah. As a Republican, you represent the Republican values.
Right.
So, yes, as a Democrat, you represent the Democrat values.
Would you say that when you get elected into office that you're beholden, sure, you represent your entire district,
correct,
all your constituents, but you bet if you want to win again, you probably want to make sure that your voters are
correct,
happy with what you're doing.
Correct.
And their voters are the ideological ones.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see how these races shake out. Any other results that we can scroll down here now that I know we've got the what is this? This is Dan Foreman and Robert Blair down in District 6. Very early returns there. Let's keep scrolling. There's another three-way here. Lori McCann, who you serve with on the education committee, right?
That's an interesting count.
Yes, that's a very interesting count because Colton Bennett. I mean, if this is early votes too with a three-way, Colton Bennett is within striking distance here, very early on.
You look at the voter count, though, that is a low voter count, but still.
Yes, it is, and it's very early, but it's interesting to see that, so that's really great.
Yep.
Okay, moving along here, Brandon Mitchell unopposed, District 7. Looks like we have Cindy Carlson. She's unopposed as well, the Senator Carlson there. This is another interesting race. Oh, Kyle Harris doing quite well there. So this is Mike Kingsley, another Freedom Caucus.
Yes.
So he retired.
Yes.
And he endorsed Kyle Harris, who seems to be doing quite well here. Although Jim Chemlick is very well known in that area. He's I think he held a former statewide position, I think, or he ran for one, but he is well known there. So this isn't that's a close one. And Charlie Shepard, who's the sitting representative, and Larry Dunn coming in just behind there. District. This is a very fascinating one here. We got Christy Zito. We got no points yet. No, nothing on the board yet. We are going to be watching District 8 because all three of these races, you got Matt Bundy and you've got Megan Blanksma. So this is a huge district here.
Yes.
We'll be paying attention here. District 9, Scott Syme and Brandon Shippey, pretty close, neck and neck.
That is pretty close.
Yeah, that's great. Brandon Shippey, I know has a lot of support down there. I think he was probably number 5 or 6 on the most money raised.
Wow.
So he has got a lot of support, a lot of it from individuals as well. John Schertz, Jason Gallagher, another Freedom Caucus member, colleague of yours. So yeah, these are very early. I'm not putting much stock into a lot of this stuff.
Right.
Judy Boyle running unopposed. District 10 here, we got Tammy Nichols, Lori Bishop. That looks pretty close, but Tammy's got the early lead there. And again, not every county reports. Sometimes they do the absentee at the end and stuff. So we'll see here. Here's a big one: Speaker Moyle against Rachel Haslip. This is a rematch from last year. Rachel did surprisingly well last time. So, and I know, and we don't necessarily have to get into the weeds on this race and how the Freedom Caucus and how the rest of the House thinks of Speaker Moyle, but we know that drove a lot of opinion. A lot of opinions were out there. Representative Skog,
unopposed.
Unopposed. Senator Trakel against Camille Blaylock, again, very early. Kent Marmon and Julie Yamamoto. Wow, look at that.
wow,
So that's interesting. If you go back
Yeah.
and they're counting the same ballots, can you scroll up a little bit? You've got Trakel trailing Camille Blaylock, but then you've got Kent Marmon taking over Julie Yamamoto right below this, Jeremy, is the race that's very fascinating. She is the chairman of your education committee.
She is.
This will be very, very interesting what happens here. Okay. This is going to be a fun night, folks. Lucas Kaler against Sarah Cheney.
Wow.
Fairly
close.
close. Fairly close there. Ben Adams is getting a challenge for his Senate seat from Victor Rodriguez. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeremy. Jerome Bell taking on Jeff. Jerome Bell got into this late. He's new to Idaho. He's from Virginia.
Yeah.
But he is a firecracker. I'll tell you that, man. Guy. Jaron Crane against John J. Noller. A sizable lead there. Should we call that one? Should we call that race? Jeff Agenbrod with an early lead over Senator Brian Lenny.
That's a close number, though, too.
It is. Brent Crane's unopposed. Here's another three-way that we're looking. It looks 46, 31, 22 on the early ballots here. Kenny Roten, I think, is he on the education committee as well? No, he's not. Okay.
No.
Which committee was he on that we were paying? I don't know. We've got a montage. You know what? Let's take a break. Let's take a break here. Come back to the shot here. We'll keep looking at these results. They're very early, folks, so I don't want to get people too excited. The website is results.voteidaho.gov if you want to check in on that. We're not calling any races here yet, although I want to really badly, Elaine. I want to call your race. But what can you actually, let's take a quick break. We'll come back. Can you stick around for a little bit? Okay. Sure. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back because I'm going to ask Elaine about House Bill 498, which if you were with us since the beginning, we had Grace Howlett on. I hope I said her name correctly. But we'll get into that bill when we get back. Thank you.
I will save your innocence. They are trying to remove. I am here at your defense, and I will always fight for you. Yes, I will always fight for you. I will stand here in the way, and I will not give up on you. I will shield you from the pain. In the battle on the field, there is evil on the move. But I hope that you can feel that I will always fight for you. In the darkness of the times, there's a light that shines the proof. It'll soon reveal the crime, so I won't stop this fight for you. Yes, I will always fight for you. I will brave every attack, and I will not give up on you. I will always have your back. So to every single mother, father, stand up for your sons and daughters. Do not back down, don't let up. You are all they have for armor, so make this a war to win. Look in their eyes and tell them that I will always fight for you. I will stand guard at the gate, and I will not give up on you. I will stop each shot they take. Yes, I will always fight for you. I will always fight for you. through the madness and the lies, as they're holding back the truth. No matter what they try, I will always fight for you. I will save your innocence. They are trying to remove. I am here at your defense, and I will always fight for you. Yes, I will always fight for you. I will stand here in the way, and I will not give up on you. I will shield you from the pain. In the battle on the field, there is evil on the move, but I hope that you can feel that I will always fight for you. In the darkness of the times, there's a light that shines the proof. It'll soon reveal the crime, so I won't stop this fight for you. Yes, I will always fight for you. I will brave every attack, and I will not give up on you. I will always have your back. So to every single mother, father, stand up for your sons and daughters. Do not back down, don't let up. You are all they have for armor, so make this a war to win. Look in their eyes and tell them that I will always fight for you.
All right, welcome back. It is election night here in Idaho, May 21st, 2024. You have a live look inside Life Public House in downtown Coeur d'Alene. What's happening over there is the John Padula for Kootenai County Commissioner election party. I mean, they're just hanging out in there. We're on the other side of the glass. I'm here live with Representative Elaine Price, and it is exciting to be able to as we were sitting here, we were going over the results of the votes that were coming in, the tallies that were coming in. So it was pretty fun. So we want to get right back to that. But I do want to point out something because we're going to be giving away a rifle tonight, and it's this beautiful run right here, Elaine. I want you to take a gander at this. This is a Ruger-made Marlin lever action 1895 series. What do you think?
Very nice. Very nice.
This thing can take down a bear. Yes, well made. Ruger-made. Yeah, very nice. So we're handing this out. We're giving this away tonight. CIIPAC2024.com/rifle. Get your entry in ASAP because we're closing that off here momentarily. All right, let's look at some of these results. Bring up that screen. Let's go over to District 25 if you can. Do you have that up there? Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Our screen doesn't have our screen. My screen has all of the lines going all the way across. So yeah. I don't know what's going on. What's going on tonight? It's live. Anything can happen. But District 25, you got Greg Lanting is being challenged by David Levitt, and look at those numbers.
This is a repeat, and Levitt almost won last time.
He did, right? Yeah.
So
he's looks like he's putting the legwork in here,
yes.
And even though when I see results that I like, I say, "Oh, great job," and when the ones I don't like, I say, "Oh, it's still early." But nonetheless, it's always good to see the folks that you're rooting for go up there. So Lance Cloud did not have an opponent, but Senator Linda Wright Hartkin did. And here again, too, Josh Cole with a sizable lead here early. I don't know which votes they're counting, if these are early votes or not. We can probably look deeper into these numbers if we go to the county website to see what they're doing.
Yeah.
But Now, this is one that we are very concerned with here in District 24. Senator Glenita Zeiderveld, who you're good friends with, yes?
Correct, yes.
Did you see some of the attacks that she was taking on?
Yes. This election was a tough election. There was a lot of misinformation being used in flyers and ads and things like that, and she was one of those that is a recipient of that misinformation.
Yeah. And some of it was like, and they do this a lot where they'll say, oh, here's a budget that is going to fund the Veterans Department.
Correct.
And it has all this extra stuff in it that, can you kind of go into that a little bit?
The big thing is there was a change this year, and they had maintenance budgets, and then they had a trailer budget. The maintenance budget funded the agencies with everything they got the previous year. So we all voted for those maintenance budgets. So we funded these departments. It's the trailer budgets that had all the extras in it that we voted no. And it's not voting down, not giving money to the agency. It's voting that bill back to the committee so that they can look at it, make some cuts, and then it comes back out to the floor for another vote. So there is no defunding. There is no not giving them the money. It's trying to be conservative, fiscally conservative.
What a
and
concept.
Cut some budgets.
Right. And you guys did do that with a couple of the trailer budgets, right?
Correct.
They did get sent back and reworked to come back because they were
Correct.
failing.
And on the Senate side,
Right.
that happened. But
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
So and then what happens is then they use that as a tool, as a weapon against what they did against Zeiderveld.
Correct.
That said, like, oh, she's not for police, she's not for veterans.
Right.
And I mean, disgusting.
It is, and it's a complete misinformation. Because, like I said, last year's budget, they called them omnibus budgets because everything was thrown in it. You weren't able to see what you were voting for, and you had to vote no if you wanted to see transparency or if it grew too much over inflation. You had to vote no against it. And once again, I want to make this very clear. When you vote no, it's not defunding anything. It's asking for that budget to be reworked and brought back out for another vote.
That's a great way to put it because you have a responsibility in your position to vote for the departments that need funding.
Correct.
And you can be against the department, right? And maybe there's legislation later on where you can just remove the department.
Correct.
but until that happens, you have to fund it.
Correct.
Yeah. So you have to say, well, so basically what you're saying is like we don't go back and we're getting attacked again. There's reckless kids out in the. I don't think you guys can hear that, but there's a major banging going on. Anyway. Okay, so we've got the budget. The budget. We talked with Carl Bjorke earlier about that as well, about the whole budget fight. But the way that they use these things as a weapon, I certainly hope that Senator Zeiderveld can overcome that negative.
That's some nice early numbers coming in. Once again, we'll go back to when it's somebody you want to win.
right. No, it's fairly close. I mean, look, it's
for early numbers.
And again, last year she had a very. I mean, she was an underdog in her race last year against the incumbent. Yeah. And if I can bring up her numbers here, and maybe we can get her on a little bit later, but she was up against Senator Jim Patrick.
Wow.
And she won by 37 votes.
Wow.
So it is
close.
Yeah, it is extremely. You know those close numbers.
Yes, I do.
You know those close numbers. So 0.4% is what Senator Zeiderveld won by last cycle. So we'll we're definitely paying attention to that one.
Yeah.
Okay, well let's talk quickly about House Bill 498. We had Grace Howitt from the Idaho Family Policy Center on.
Correct.
And this was the Online Protection Act. Maybe I misstated the name there, but this basically gave parents an avenue to be able to bring a suit against a pornography website.
Correct.
For if their child or minor gets onto their service, right?
Correct. Online Child Protection Act, and it requires adult content websites to age verify before allowing somebody into their site. And then it gave the parents an avenue to sue if their child was harmed because they were allowed into the site without being age verified,
Right.
or even after they were age verified to be allowed in.
And when you say age verify, you mean something more than just clicking the button that says you're over 18, right?
We left that up to the adult website to decide how they're going to age verify.
Ah, interesting. Okay, because they could still do that, but if the child gets past that,
correct.
Okay,
Correct.
See, this is great because this is really limited government at work here.
That was the whole point, is to use the lightest hand of government we could to make this happen.
Right.
And that's why we tried to give the industry a way to self-regulate.
Right.
That was kind of the whole, one of the purposes behind the bill.
And now that the bill is going to be set into law starting July 1st,
correct.
What do you expect will happen? I mean, we've seen this similar bills in other states. What do you think is going to happen in Idaho?
We could hope, and that was the talk when we were running the bill, to have a Utah moment where Pornhub left Utah.
Yeah,
and
incredible.
That would just be an incredible win in this case as well.
Right. And again, this is all because limited. You're just giving a pathway for parents.
Correct.
Yeah, that's it. And it's
Correct.
similar with the library bill that tried to do something similar, give an avenue for the parents to hold the library accountable to reviewing the books that are available. Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That library bill battle. I mean, you weren't there 3 years ago when that first bill came up, but you were there 2 years ago.
Correct.
When the bill that
RAS 314.
Yeah, they got vetoed.
Yeah.
What was your experience with what I mean, were you working on this bill at all, or were you just kind of watching it as it made its way back and forth? The Senate was doing it, the House was doing it.
Well, which is interesting because this is something I ran on, was to get this under control. And so it was hard to kind of sit back and watch it happen. But I knew the sponsors, and I was checking in with them quite often, asking if there was something I could do. What do you need for me to do? But they pretty much, had, once you start working together, it's rough to bring people in.
Yeah.
So the fact that it went back and forth, and I'm glad that the Senate defeated the bill that popped up over on that side, because it would have been a logistic nightmare. No parent would have ever followed that avenue.
Yeah.
So I was glad to see that got defeated. And we were told that once it got defeated that something was going to come back. So it was nice to see that we got something back, maybe not as strong as what I would like. And I actually had a couple of bills drafted that if nothing was going to come, then I would have brought forward my bills to try to make sure something happened. This
Good.
last session.
Yeah.
So.
And I hear that a lot, that there's people that have like, well, if that's not going to get through, I got something.
Yeah.
Here.
And both the sponsors knew that I had those waiting, that
Right.
if they were ready, I would have pulled the trigger on them. And in this case, and this is something that I know of several times down there, that it didn't have to have my name on it. I was willing to turn it over and let the sponsors of the other bills run it, as long as we got something done.
Right. Okay, very good. Well, congratulations on that. I know you worked hard along with Representative Julian Young as well.
And Senator Ben Taves.
And Senator Ben Taves, yes. Representative Julian Young, she had a challenger this go around. And do we know, maybe there's results for her? District 30, Mr. J, what do we got down in District 30? Let's check out.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Yeah, nothing yet. Okay, well, we'll pay attention to that.
Yeah.
She was the victim of a mailer that was completely wrong.
Complete misinformation.
Total misinformation.
Yeah.
And she was lumped in with her seatmates in that district, and voting for and against bills that it was completely the opposite.
Well,
so.
even her seatmate voted for the bills that they said.
That's
that
right. Yeah.
They didn't vote.
Yeah.
For.
So
I don't-
completely
yeah,
completely
they-
wrong.
Completely wrong.
Completely wrong. Okay. All right, folks. Well, yeah. Should I mean, people love the results, right? Let's look at some of the results. Should we take it from the? Where do you want to take it from? The top? All right, let's take it from the top. These results are as of 9:56 Mountain Time, so just 10 minutes ago. We've got, what do you got there? What are you showing me? I don't have my glasses. What do you see?
Woodward is still,
Woodward and Scott Herndon there. Still, it's still sitting at that 66-33.
Yeah. I don't
know
think
if
that changed.
Yeah, I don't think that number changed
Yeah, I don't think
as
that
much. So that's probably your mail-in ballot there.
Yeah.
Same thing here. That's still the same district. It doesn't look like anything's changed there.
It doesn't look like it's changed.
Cornell Razor is there, and District 2. There's no opponents in District 2. District 3 is similar, no opponents. And District 4, we're sitting here with Representative Elaine Price.
Oh, goodness.
For Coeur d'Alene. Here we go. And it's neck and neck.
6 votes.
So you're going to be living in that close area. Well, here's the thing, though, Elaine, is that we know in Kootenai County they count early ballots first.
Yeah, on the election website, it tells which.
That's right.
Yeah, on the county
well,
election
can we check that out? Since we have Elaine here, we can dive into her numbers a little bit. So he's going to look that up. But historically speaking, and I see they have the party out here has the same the Kootenai website on.
Yeah, they have the Kootenai website.
Is historically speaking, the Kootenai County Elections Office does early ballots and mail-in first.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if that's the early ballot or both, and you're within 6 votes, that's a great sign.
Yeah, it is.
That's a great sign, and that bodes well, especially for early ballots. I mean,
it's the absentee
interesting.
where we get clobbered usually.
Yeah, the absentee, exactly.
So if you go up to the top, it'll tell you.
Yeah, let's go to the very top and see
Right.
what's coming in here. So we've got ballots counted. Usually they say
Early voting complete.
Okay, so that's just early voting.
Yeah.
In Kootenai County, that is just early voting. Yeah. Well, is this everybody in Kootenai County, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, let's look at the early votes. This will be a little telling. Now, I know for folks that live in the other 40 or something odd counties across across the state, you're not going to be too interested in this, but I think you will be interested in some of this because we're going to be looking at some of the PC races and see how they're coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so that might be a telling. And just, this is that moment where, when you're watching like live network news, they always talk about New York and nobody else. Well, here we're doing it. We're only talking about Kootenai County. All right, let's go. Legislative District 3 again.
See,
there's
that says absentee and early voting complete.
Oh, it does. You're right. It does there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. So if that's complete, then you means you've got both. You got about 2,000 votes. I mean, you got almost 2,000 for Doug, and so forth. Same thing for Representative Redmond.
Yeah, so absentee and early voting.
Absentee and early voting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go. Yeah, let's look at these numbers again. So absentee and early voting, and Elaine will be next here. Yeah, look at that. 6 votes. That bodes pretty well. And that is a 24, 22, that's 2,300 votes. So for a competitive race.
Exactly, which is interesting because if you go up and you look at Ben and Joe.
Yep.
So 1639 for Ben and 1596 for.
Right.
And then you go down to our race.
Yeah. So twice as many people voted for your opponent?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's very interesting numbers, don't you say? I got a perplexed producer over here who says who thinks so. All right, Legislative District 5. There's
there's Carl.
It broke huge for Carl there. So that's great news because we know. Listen, folks, conservatives vote in person.
Yes.
And so we know that. So we can be looking at these thinking this is keep it up. We're going to go through this, man. We're going to go through this. Those are the only competitive races. Are there no PC races on here? Let's see. County Commissioner. Well, here's the County Commissioner. So you got Mark Eberline, who was the recommended candidate for KCRCC. And again, this is the early voting. It'd be interesting to go out there and ask if any of these people out here voted early or absentee, or if they were day of. We'll try and find that out during the break.
Oh, and
Leslie killing it on the early and absentee. Well, look at that there. Bob, that was no surprise.
Expected,
Nope, no surprise.
Yeah.
Sheriff Norris with a commanding lead.
Yeah.
No opponent there. The judges, everybody's favorite thing to vote for, judges, right?
The ballot. Wow.
The ballot measure in Hauser Lake is against.
Yeah.
The superintendent, the levy, the supplemental levy in Plummer and Worley against. These are the early
the precinct committee men.
And here's your here's their
Okay,
Democrats.
So, yeah.
Did the Democrats have any Republicans running against them in their? I don't know. I don't see any.
No.
You know what's also interesting is that we've just come to go with the blue and the red.
Yeah.
We've just accepted the blue and the red.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I don't know a lot of these people. I don't know.
Charles is the incumbent.
Charles is the incumbent.
Yeah.
He's down 2-1 right there. Early voting.
Yeah.
Early voting. Let's see. Are there any other? I mean, I would probably
Melanie Vanderveer. She's the
incumbent.
Yes.
Okay, so she's got a slight lead there. There's a 3-way there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bob
I mean, you
Thornton
know
is the
these people more than I
incumbent.
do. Yeah.
Brent Reagan.
Brent has just a hair's lead right there with 10 votes.
Some of these names Yeah, that's the incumbent.
So again, folks, most of these seats here were the sitting conservative PCs versus the North Idaho Republican, Gem State Conservative, whatever names they want to call themselves, the establishment.
He was the incumbent. Pierce Duncan was the incumbent.
Okay. Well, what was that race right above it? It looked pretty commanding.
Steve Cochran.
No, Tim and James.
Yeah,
That's pretty.
And I believe James. Yeah.
James is the incumbent there.
I think, yeah.
Okay, so big turnout over there, and those are in the 3s, so that's up near District
Hendrick.
3.
Hendrick is a long time KCRCC.
And he's and again, these are all the early. So the day of is still still
Mary White. Vic Holmes. Nina Beasley.
That's a close one. 2 votes there.
Anita Dupes.
Judy's a fan of the Idaho Signal.
Yeah.
So I'm pulling for Judy. Is she a sitting?
She is.
She's the current.
Yep.
So I'm pulling. Hey, I got you, Judy. I'm pulling for you if you're watching. You're doing all right. Luke Summer, he ran for mayor in my town, and he's got a commanding. Or I don't want to say commanding, but he's got a good lead there.
Pierce Clegg.
Greg McKenzie and Casey Morris. So this is an interesting race because Greg McKenzie is the current NIC trustee at the college, and Casey Morris just left being the school board trustee in Coeur d'Alene for almost 10 years. I think he was there.
Tamara.
Wow, look at that. That's a higher turnout there. But again, Paul's a sitting. Yep. Now this is my area. That's not too good for the sitting Nicole Barnett.
Nicole Barnett.
Yeah. Randy Hartzell. Yep. Sandy White. Yep. She's also the current Hayden City Councilman. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Is Nancy Jones a Democrat?
Yes.
She's one of the Democrat folks?
I think so. Walt Sackman.
Yep. Okay.
Keep going. Lori Anderson. Wait, let me see Lori Anderson. Oh, she's winning.
Oh, right there.
Only by
3
votes.
votes. Yeah. Is she the sitting?
Yeah.
Lori Anderson's the sitting one? Okay.
Yeah.
Kara Claridge.
Oh.
Yep.
Terry Seymour. Justin is the.
Yeah.
Oh no, Virginia Williams is the current.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. So another almost 2-1 there.
Janice.
That's. Yep.
Barbara Hedden.
Early.
Yeah. Beverly Gwinnett.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beverly Gwinnett. Now she's what? Now she has an executive role, does she, or no?
No,
She's just a powerhouse.
Yeah, she's just chairman of subcommittee.
She's got chair. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Mary Souza running unopposed. So
Yeah.
that's a big news right there. Former Senator Mary Souza, former candidate for Secretary of State, who spoiled the race with Dorothy Moon against Phil McGrain. She ran unopposed.
Yeah.
Was nobody in that seat?
No, the person she was running against dropped out.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That was Art Macumber.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
he
interesting.
dropped.
Roger Garlick, everybody's, well, not my favorite Roger because I have a son named Roger, but everyone's favorite Roger. Again, these are the early votes, folks. These are early votes and mail-in ballots. Early votes and mail-in ballots are still there. Randy Neal has a ton of signs around his district, I've always seen. Doug Bacon's a good guy. Oh, he's running against the mayor of Coeur d'Alene, Jim Hammond. Interesting. Wow, I didn't look at a lot of these. I mean, I was involved more in the statewide race, so I didn't. Bjorn Handine there, longtime activist in the committee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, historian. That's a good
and
way
the
to
historian. Oh my goodness, Dan Gukin. You know, I've refrained from talking about Dan Gukin online,
As
and
we
I'm
should.
going to continue to do so. The guy doesn't deserve a word. Moving on, Alicia Taves, and now Alicia Taves is the wife of Senator Ben Taves.
Correct. Correct.
And so we've got a 3-1 lead there. Here's your husband.
Yeah.
Look at that, another almost 3-1.
Yeah.
Lisa Whitehead.
Lisa
I saw a lot of her sign waivers out today.
Yeah.
Down here in downtown Coeur d'Alene. Sitting Representative Joe Alfieri, your colleague, your seatmate. So again, these are early votes and mail-in ballots.
Wow.
Now we're headed out into Post Falls area.
Yep.
So this is probably going to be a little bit closer because Post Falls is definitely more conservative than Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Dave Stoltz.
Dave Stoltz. Is he the sitting?
Yep.
Yep.
Eric Klinkenhammer.
Eric Klinkhammer, Ryan Davis, Jason Tenehus. Interesting. Yeah, so these are fairly close here. Another unopposed, Randy Westland. He just won a city council in Post Falls. So his name is carrying him a little bit there.
Storm is the one that...
She's
the current. Jill
current.
Storm is the
Okay,
current.
good. Daniel Fry, another three-way race here. Yeah. So we're coming in at the end here. Mark Eberline. Now he was also running for.
Yeah, he's running for county.
County commissioner. Okay, yeah. So he's got some votes
Don
there.
Eckler is the current on this one.
Okay.
Michael Burgess is the current on the next one.
And Russell Mann, another online adversary. Unreal. 5 votes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shelley Kroll.
Oh, now Shelley, is she the current? Well, it's a 3-way race.
Yeah.
I like Shelley. She's a nice lady.
Yeah.
I like her a lot. All right. Another 3-way race.
Yeah.
Seems to be splitting for the...
Megan Rounds is the current on that.
Okay. Not too bad. Here's another one. Todd Banducci. So 10-10. Yeah. Now, Todd Banducci is often pointed out as being a volatile person that they always try and call out, like, oh, Banducci, he screwed up everything. But he's only down by 10 in the early votes and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Tony Wisniewski. Look at that. Fantastic. You know, every time I talk to Tony since legislation session ended, he's like, I can't talk to you. I'm out door knocking. Look at that. And it shows.
Yep, absolutely.
See what happens when you door knock?
Yep.
Look at that. Incredible.
Absolutely.
Good job, Tony. All right. And Jeff Tyler. Yeah.
Doug Balee is on the next one. And Michelle Grossglauer.
Yeah. Is she? Oh, that's the last one?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's our trip down Kootenai County, folks. That's our trip down Kootenai County. Those are the PC races. So, and again, I mean, we have no idea how those are going to turn.
No.
But it looked like some of them were fairly close, that the in-person votes will break the conservative way. You think? You're not making that call. All right. I won't make that call either. All right. Let's do a quick refresh. We'll check your race, see if anything, or nothing developed, right? Is anything developed?
More numbers updated.
Oh, there is an update. So we just went through that, but there is an update. We're not going to do the PC races again, folks. Don't worry. We just wanted to kind of check in on that. But let's look at least Elaine's race. if we're getting some in-person ballots.
I know, I don't like that face.
It just might be a technical issue. We can refresh it. But as he does that, when you look forward to 2025, if you should win,
yes.
I mean, you have the Senate which if the numbers go the way we want them to go, the Senate could be in the control of conservatives.
Yes.
And which means a lot of the bills that overwhelmingly passed in the House could finally at least get a hearing in the Senate.
Right.
With that on the potential on the horizon, what are you excited about? Are you anything you want to share that going forward of things that you can, shore up?
Well, I think it's really important that we get a prohibition of central bank digital currency. So that's something that I plan on working on. I just want to do things that is going to advance security for the people of Idaho when it comes to the unsuredness of our economy and what's happening on the whole nationwide. So if we can shore up Idaho, I think that that's something that we need to focus on.
Yeah.
There's just been so many things that I've heard other legislators talk about, and I do want to bring back the repeal of the Blaine Amendment.
Yes, we were talking with Kate Hartley about that.
Yeah, the third time for that, but I really think that is an important step in school choice for Idaho.
Right.
It won't be a barrier anymore, but it needs to be gotten rid of whether we do school choice or don't do school choice. It's bigotry, and it needs to go away because that's not my Idaho.
Yeah.
So
well put. Well put. All right. Do you have those numbers? We can check in here. Otherwise, we'll I still see 6 votes.
10, 14.
Yeah, I still see six votes splitting your race here. But at least we know that they're the early voting and absentee ballots.
Yep.
So, there it is. All right. Well, very good. All right. Well, we're going to take another break. I want to thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and good luck for the rest of the night. I think it's going to turn your way. That's my prediction. But you'll get a text from me either way.
All right.
All right, folks. We'll be back after a short break. Stick around. We'll go over some more results, and I think we'll have some more guests coming by, either remotely if we can. I got to get that delay issue fixed, but stick around. We will be right back.
Still, they're all controlled. Preaching the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone oppressor till they're on their knees. Your hair pink, TV, phone screen. It's better if you don't think. Debt to universities, segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobes. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist still, they're all controlled. Find your path in life and make a socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window. Loot store, get more, grab another brick throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream. Everybody head down, pick yourself a pronoun. Join the resistance on government assistance. Stop all the hate as you advocate violence. Block and suppress anyone you want silence. Take what you want, cause what you want is what you own. Call everyone a fascist till they're all controlled. Preach in the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone oppressor till they're on their knees. Impeach free speech, better dye your hair pink. TV, phone screen, it's better if you don't think. Debt to universities, segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobe. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist till they're all controlled. Find your path in life but make it socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow. Till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window. Loot store, get more, grab another brick throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream. Everybody head down, pick yourself a pronoun. Join the resistance on government assistance. Stop all the hate as you advocate violence. Block and suppress anyone you want silence. Take what you want, cause what you want is what you own. Call everyone a fascist till they're all controlled. Preach in the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone oppressor till they're on their knees. Impeach free speech, better dye your hair pink. TV, phone screen, it's better if you don't think. Debt to universities, segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobe. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist till they're all controlled. Find your path in life but make it socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow. Till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window. Loot store, get more, grab another brick throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream. Everybody head down, pick yourself a pronoun. Join the resistance on government assistance. Stop all the hate as you advocate violence. Block and suppress anyone who wants silence. Take what you want, cause what you want is what you own. Call everyone a fascist till they're all controlled. Preach in the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone oppressor till they're on their knees. Impeach free speech, better dye your hair pink. TV, phone screen, it's better if you don't think. Debt to universities, segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobes. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist till they're all controlled. Find your path in life but make a socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window. Loot store, get more, grab another brick throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream. Everybody head down, pick yourself a pronoun. Join the resistance on government assistance. Stop all the hate as you advocate violence. Block and suppress anyone who wants silence. Take what you want, cause what you want is what you own. Call everyone a fascist till they're all controlled. Preach in the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone oppressor till they're on their knees. Impeach free speech, better dye your hair pink. TV, phone screen, it's better if you don't think. Debt to universities, segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobes. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist till they're all controlled. Find your path in life but make a socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window. Loot store, get more, grab another brick throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the the American dream.
We have all the time in the world. Time enough for
Do you have the Gannon thing though ready? Okay. All right, folks. Welcome back. Idaho Signal is live from downtown Coeur d'Alene. We're here at Life Public House. What you're looking at right now is a live shot at the John Padula for Kootenai County Commissioner party that's happening on the other side of the glass. But we're here on the inside, and we had some fun during the legislative session, and one of our producers got busy collecting clips from. Did we show this during the session at all? This has never been seen, but. If you have watched the legislative session, is this my camera? Am I on the right one here? Yeah? Okay. If you watch the legislative session, Democrat from District 16, I think, John Gannon, Representative John Gannon, he sits on the House State Affairs Committee, which is like the most conservative committee in the legislature. And he has a way of asking questions of people that are presenting bills that makes one believe that he might have been a former pitchman in Hollywood back in, like the 70s or something. So we've got a compilation of this fantastic compilation that our producer created that we want to debut for you here tonight. So let's cut to that, and then we'll come back and do some more results.
Representative Gannon.
Here we're talking about a user, I guess, of marijuana. Someone might have, well, even 3 ounces might just have one marijuana cigarette.
Didn't hear a question in there, just a comment.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Herndon, so we're at a picnic table, and a woman who has been a victim of domestic violence in the past, the protection order has expired, and the perpetrator or the person that caused her grief in the past comes up and sits at the table with his loaded gun. Somebody comes in with several $1,000s in cash. They might have gotten that money illegally, drugs, something else, and they come in with the cash, and they have this pile of $100 bills to pay taxes or something like that. And welcome, Senator Lenny. So what happens if in school a child comes to school, is coughing and hacking, parents aren't home, they've gone off to work, and child's okay, but does have a cough and whatnot. And so the school nurse says, okay, well, you can go in the classroom, kind of sit over here in a particular place, and please put on a mask. You have a paramedic who is off duty, not working, not being paid, and commits an act that could be a violation of the religion parameters in this bill. So does that mean that then that paramedic would not be covered and should not have used his efforts or her efforts to provide the services? Same with a police officer, off-duty police officer. I'm just thinking, okay, somebody's really sick. They're coughing, and they appear to be what we would take as being sick with some kind of virus or bug or something. So, okay, you come into this meeting coughing and showing signs of distress. You can come in, but you have to wear a mask. Okay, so an off-duty police officer sees a petty theft or crime or some kind of crime being committed. Are you saying then that what the officer does when he's not working would not be covered by the protections afforded to a government employee? Volunteers could have had a couple of beers before they come to the school campus and not be above .08, which is the drunk driving threshold. But they could have a couple of beers. There could be other things going on with them. They could be under some kinds of medication that they recently had to have for a heart condition or something.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Representative Skoggs. So a child is writhing in pain because they've got a broken leg. The off-duty paramedic, officer, or other civil servant sees the situation, takes the child to the hospital, says, hey, we got to get this fixed. The parents believe in faith healing. And so they say, hey, wait a minute, you had no right to do that, violates our religion. You've taken this child to the hospital, and we're going to sue you. If you start engaging in an armed confrontation, maybe you're making a mistake, but there's nothing about lawful that you have to be lawfully carrying in Section 11. If a person who is defined as a school employee in this bill decides they want to carry, is that their decision to do that, or is it the principal or other person's decision under the bill? Mr. Chairman and Representative Hill, I'm not saying drunk, I'm saying influenced. You know, somebody who's had 2 beers, they're not going to be drunk. They're not going to get picked up for a DUI for 2 beers, but that certainly can influence their ability to handle a weapon. And are you saying that is illegal for somebody who has a concealed carry permit and
Yes.
has a weapon on their?
Can I call my NRA to respond to this?
Oh, fantastic. Kudos to our producer there for creating that montage. And thank you, Representative John Gannon, for really, like, you know, being able to just articulate in such a visual fashion what you're trying to get at when you're asking your question. You know, it's interesting. When I was down in Boise this session, I was talking to a representative, and I said, is it hard to be on a committee with Representative Gannon when he takes that much time to get through his question and stuff? And as much as there was, you know, some head weaving, head bobbing or whatever, at the end of the day, I'm grateful for guys like John Gannon, because they're respectful in their sparring of ideas, and it keeps you sharp. And I wish there were more people that debated ideas rather than just did personal attacks. And we don't see a lot of that. And I think it's evident with the most recent sort of, I guess, call it campaigning. We're just going to call it campaigning, where I know you've been inundated with tons and tons and tons of mailers and texts and stuff. I had one of the guests that were here at this party brought in to me. Would you mind? Would you be able to hand me that stuff over there? It's just those papers right over there. Sorry, I forgot to bring them over, but there was some mail that was coming in with regard to, you know, some of the races that were happening locally here in Kootenai County, but also with the PC races. And one of the PC races sent a sample ballot. Was it a sample ballot? No, it was a note, like on the back of the card. And here's what it said. The first line, it said, "Hate has no place here." Leaders that condone hateful messages and seek power for their own benefit need to step aside. Like, what a winning issue. What a winning issue. Hate. I'm against hate. And hate has no place here. So that's the kind of campaigning that's been going on that I'm sure you've encountered down there at the PC level as well. So that being said, it's going to be a fairly interesting night as we continue to look through the election results. Based upon the early returns, we know that most of the counties are counting early votes and absentee ballots first. And so you're seeing this, in which they always break towards the non-conservative. I mean, conservatives are more likely to vote in person. They like to walk into the polling place. They like to greet the poll workers, get their ballot in their hand, and mark it or do whatever they need to do, whatever the process is in your polling place. Conservatives want to show up and do it that way rather than trusting the mail or trusting any other process. And so because of that, you're going to see the absentee and the early votes break in a non-conservative fashion. So when we were looking at some of these races that were fairly close, even after these votes have come in, you can kind of see the writing on the wall here that if the conservatives are voting the way they normally do on voting day, that it will break. It will break that way. Is that a library trustee leaving, or is it'd be interesting to get a library? It's all right. She's out the door. Anyway, there's a lot of people here on the other side of the glass that that we want to bring in here, but we were just kind of letting everybody get a little bit of a breather as they go through the results. I do want to kind of check in on some of those results. We're starting to see things break. Obviously, if you don't have a challenger, you've won your race. So folks like Senator Ben Taves and Representative Barbara Ehart down in Idaho Falls, they did not have an opponent, so they will be on the ballot in November as the Republican candidate versus the Democrat. Here's another interesting development. Everybody's been focused on the primary, and everybody's been focused a lot on the PC races. But another interesting development that kind of, when it happened, everybody kind of saw it, but it has since been looked over, and rightly so, because we're not getting into the general election yet. But if we are to look forward now to the general election, it looks as though almost every single legislative seat in the state of Idaho will have a Democrat opponent, which is something that this state has not seen in a very, very long time. In a ruby red, conservative Republican state like Idaho, most races in November for the state legislature, most are unopposed. You'll usually see the Republican have no opponent in the general, but that's not going to be the case this November. And not to get too conspiratorial or anything, but you don't spend that much time recruiting people to run in the general election under a losing on a presumably losing ticket, unless you have a plan in place. So it'll be very interesting in November. Remember, that's what is that, 6 months away, to see what will happen, because remember that November election will also have the president on the ballot as well. And so when you've got presumably, as things move along, you've got President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden in a rematch in November. We have no idea. What this summer holds and what is going to take place in November. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm seeing some people join the party, and as they come in and say hello, I might have to wrangle a few people to come in here and give us their update. But we do want to try and bring in one of our remote guests. We had a little bit of a problem earlier today when we got on the air, as the delay was just absolutely terrible, and I apologize for that. But I'm glad you're sticking around. Any refresh on the ballots? No, there is. Let's see if there's any refresh on the Secretary of State's website. If you are following along yourself, results.voteidaho.gov. This is the website here, and you can see how it looks as though Bonner and Boundary County have still not have any more movement on the District 1 races. They've been sitting there for the better part of an hour. But as we stroll along the rest of the districts here, obviously District 2 and District 3 with no opponents, those folks have easily won their races, if you want to call it a race. And here's that 6-vote tally. Here's that 6-vote difference. We just had Representative Elaine Price in here, and she's sitting behind 6 votes after the early voting and absentee ballot count. Every time we go to this list, we start at 1, and then I feel like we cut out somewhere, so we probably haven't. Let's just scroll down to 25 again. Let's see what's going on in 24. 24. Let's do 24. Where's 24? 24. Here it is. So we've got see, it flipped. Look at that. Senator Glenita Zeiderveld has now taken the lead over challenger Alex Caval in a 4-point race right now. So this is a good sign for Senator Zeiderveld. We like seeing that. Clint Hostetler. Oh, wow. That is a huge jump there. We're talking, is that 15 points almost? Holy cow. Clint Hostetler. Here's another person who I know was door knocking like crazy. So that's great to see. Candidate Steve Miller and Jeff Faulkner are slightly neck and neck there. In 25, Josh Cole also with a commanding lead over the incumbent. Again, I can't tell you right now. We might have to dive into these numbers, but I can't tell you right now if this is day of voting that they're doing first or if they've already counted for early voting and absentee. But that's down there in the Twin Falls area. We've got that going on. Representative Lance Clow has 0 opponent. This is the rematch from last time where David Levitt got fairly close, and right now he's got about a 500 vote lead over the sitting Representative Lanting. Over in 26, no votes yet. No votes. That's a rematch there. Let's scroll back up there. This is a rematch down there in the Magic Valley. Lyle Johnstone against Jack Nelson. These guys go way back. They know each other from high school, I think. So I love it. I love these kinds of races when it's two folks that know each other well. Let's look in at this race here. Clay Handy, the sitting representative, against Pat Field. Again, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you if this is absentee, early, or day of, or a mix of all three. But that's what it looks like. In District 28, very interested to see this one here, as we've got a three-way race here with sitting Representative Rick Cheatham, James Lamborn. James Lamborn is the CIA endorsed candidate. And Mike Seville, and I know this for a fact, Mike Seville literally is a Democrat. He ran for this seat as a Democrat multiple times. And there he is taking votes. He's got 24% of the votes. And I would say it's presumably from Democrats. You have no idea, but at this standpoint, again, I don't know. I don't know which votes these are. Here's a closer race. Dan Garner's the sitting representative, and Kirk Jackson's the patriot in the race. And only a couple of percentage points. I mean, they're both in the 1100s there. One at the bottom, one at the top of the 1100 mark, and that's a good race there. Hoping that Patriot Jackson there can pull it out. 29, that's Pocatello. Dustin Manwaring unopposed. Tanya Burgoyne unopposed. Senator Julie Van Orden has a commanding lead over Jerry Truth Bingham. And this will be the first time we're looking at Julian Young's race. Just below this, there's David Cannon taking on Josh Sorensen. And then right below this should be a good. Oh, this is a close race between Ben Furman and Julian Young. Very, very interesting here. And again, I wish I knew which vote tally this is from, but that I'm not liking that at all. Julian Young is a warrior for families, and I don't know if this is going to hold out. But I have a good feeling for Julian Young, and I think she's going to pull it out. So we'll keep an eye on that one, of course. We'll trying to keep an eye on all of them. District 31 representative. This is Gerald Raymond is unopposed. But the one we're interested in here is Carrie Hanks and Rod Furness. This is a close one. And if this is early vote and absentee in one, then we got a good shot here for Representative Carrie Hanks. Representative Carrie Hanks lost her bid. She was in the incumbent last cycle and lost it to Gerald Raymond. So she decided to go take on Rod Furness, who she lost to as a sitting representative. So I think it was 2018. She was running for re-election and lost to Rod Furness. So interesting district up there. District 32, we got Keith Newberry against the incumbent. Nothing being reported there. That's an interesting race that we'll see here. Brian Smith, Sean Coletti, Wendy Horman. No votes yet out of Bonneville County. Yeah. Same thing. We're going to see this all over Idaho Falls. This is the Idaho Falls right there in the center. Barbara Ehart, no votes in, but obviously with no opponent, she'll be back in there. 34 is Madison County only. We're going to get some results here. No, the only race was Britt Raybould and Larry Golden. Britt Raybould with a commanding lead. She won this district seat last year against Ron Nate by a mere 34 votes. It was really, really close. And folks were hoping that Ron Nate would come back to take her on, but he ended up taking the president position over there at IFF, Idaho Freedom Foundation. That's right. And then here, just the final district, 35, Senator Mark Harris has Doug Toomer as a challenger. We endorsed Doug Toomer, and we're in a 5-point margin right now. And so that's where it stands. Also, Kevin Andrus is unopposed, but Brett Skidmore is taking on Josh Wheeler, who I'm pretty sure everybody's convinced is a Biden voter. I think he's on record as voting for Biden. Hopefully Brett Skidmore can close the gap and take over in that day of voting. All right. Well, that is those are the most of the races for the Magic Valley all the way into the east. We haven't checked Canyon County in a while. Can we just go to District 8? We didn't have anything in there. We didn't have anything in there earlier today in District 8. So let's see if we got anything. Okay, here we go. So Christy Zitto. Here we go, folks. Christy Zitto with a 11-point lead over Senator Jeff Schroeder. And this is what we want to see. Rob Beiswinger, wow, a commanding lead over Matt Bundy. Matt Bundy was one of the only Republicans to vote against the transgender surgery bill for minors. House Bill 71 last year would say that minors you can't do surgeries on minors by mutilating their bodies and turning them into something else. So that vote I think is haunting them. And wow, here it is, Faye Thompson against Megan Blanksma. If you remember, if you were watching Idaho Signal during the session, Megan Blanksma was one of the folks who was trying to push back on the budget crisis, the budget reform. She made it turn into a crisis. But she was also the majority leader for the Republican caucus, and she ended up being voted out by her own party. And so right now it looks like her district is sending her a similar message. As we got 888s on the board for Faye Thompson. Faye Thompson she's from the McCall area, which is near the sort of more the top of the District 8. And Megan Blanksma, there's is that it there? What is that? That's the whole district? Okay, yeah. So so they're telling us here that that's the county that came in for those votes. Okay, so I love it. I love this insight. Look at this. This site's all right. We're getting there. So because of that county, that's not Ada County, is it? No, that's Idaho County. It's Boise County. Yeah. So Boise County's votes are in. Valley County not. Custer County not. Elmore County is where you're going to see Megan Blanksma do really well. She's going to do really well in Elmore County. That's where she lives. But as I was trying to say earlier, Faye Thompson is from the top of the county there, What's the county above that? Yeah, Valley County. So she lives in the McCall area in Valley County. So you're going to see Valley County break for Faye Thompson there. And I would imagine Custer County as well. So if she can carry those three other counties, she's going to do quite strongly there. And that's what I'm talking about with some of these districts that overlap so many. I'd be interested to see how, what's the district? Well, this doesn't overlap counties, but let's go to District 11, where we wanted to go earlier. District 11 here, Camille Blaylock still holding on to that lead. I think those numbers haven't changed. We can so this is going to report by precincts now. Yeah, does it say what the percentage of the votes that are in? It doesn't. So we don't know where this is yet, but I can tell you in the last race, so just so you can kind of get an awareness, Chris Trakel in the last election in 22 down in District 11, he won his race 1,900 votes to 1,642. So this might be a final. I mean, I don't want to say that, but if there's any indication, last time, Chris Trakel won with 1,900 votes, and his opponent lost with 1,600 votes, and I'm roughing it there, and so if turnout is the same, then that's all the votes for Caldwell County. So I don't know what to say, but we don't. I'm not calling it yet. But let's scroll down. If that's the case here, then Julie Yamamoto has lost her seat to Kent Marmon. So we don't know. We don't know, folks. We don't know. But like I said, there's going to be a lot of surprises. And then it's fairly close right there. Wow, look at that. That's about a 40 vote lead. 39 votes right there. Lucas Kaler in a just ahead of it. So. Scroll back up to 11 there, because I think it said District 11. I don't know if that's final. Well, we're going to try and get a word out and see if that's final, folks. But that's what we got. Okay. I'm going to get. All right, we are going to announce a winner. We're going to announce a winner. And like I said, if we were at full strength, we'd have flashing, we'd have all of it. What camera am I on? I'm on this camera here. But I just want to confirm this. Race called. We're going to call the race. For Senator Tammy Nichols. Senator Tammy Nichols in District 10. What is that? What are you hitting?
Way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country. It's real.
Yes, good old Rachel Maddow. If you don't recognize that, that's Rachel Maddow telling all the lefties that this is your life now. Tammy Nichols is returning to the Senate, defeating Lori Bishop. We're going to call that race, and we're going to congratulate Senator Tammy Nichols. Fantastic win there. Okay. We're going to take a quick break. I just want to verify that the calls that I'm getting in here are accurate and true, and that we can start calling some races across the state. So hang on to your hats, folks. We're going to call a few races here and see if we can pull in any more guests that might be dropping by. We'll see. But stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We have all the time in the world. Time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. Yes, we have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Only love. We have all the time in the world, time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. Yes, we have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Only love. We have all the time in the world, time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way.
All right, folks, we are back live from Life Public House in Coeur d'Alene, downtown Coeur d'Alene, up in North Idaho. My name is Matt Edwards, and we are live on Idaho Signal. We have been looking at the results. We have just announced that Senator Tammy Nichols has defeated Lori Bishop, holding on to her seat in the Senate in District 10. We want to make some other calls, but we're still holding out for just a little bit longer. But I am going to, if we can go down to District 25, which is Twin Falls. There is an interesting race there for senator. Yeah, there it is. Josh Cole with a commanding lead here. He just keeps building it over Senator Linda Wright Hartkin. This is an incredible development, and we are fairly close to calling this race. And this would be. I don't know if you'd call it a huge upset or not. This is a pretty big pounding if this metric holds out and that difference holds in. We are going to see Senator Josh Cole representing the Twin Falls area in the Magic Valley. Click on some of those numbers here, and we can see where the numbers broke within the city limits. There, those are fairly. Senator Hartkin had a fairly sizable showing throughout there. It was pretty close in some precincts, but the outlying precincts is where Josh Cole did the major damage. I mean, we can see through here in some cases 2-1, 3-1 showing for Cole here. Not everything has been reported yet, and we're this isn't This isn't the Fox News desk or anything. Not that they're the creme de la creme. Arizona. That's right. Arizona, calling Arizona. But nonetheless, it's a pretty strong showing here for Josh Cole out of the Magic Valley. So well done. Let's go up to District 20. I want to look at the pro tem Senator Chuck Winder was taking on Josh Kaiser. And it is a 5-point race right now. And I want to, I don't think there's that many votes out there left. And so, unfortunately, let's look at this map. Kaiser is in green and Winder is in gold. And if we hover over these numbers, we're going to see huge turnout in Ada County for Josh Kaiser. This could be the win we need. This is a referendum, folks. Looking at this, I mean, it is incredible that the Mr. Josh Kaiser taking out the pro tem of the Senate. This is huge. Are we calling this race yet? Who's watching at home? I don't know, folks. I don't know if anybody else has called this race, but this is pretty bold here. I have to check in with my, what do they call it, the election desk? The headquarters. They head over to the election desk and send it over there and see how it's going. But it's fairly close. We do want to report some losses, though. Let's report some losses. Some of these are to be expected, I guess. But down in the same thing in District 10. Let's start with District 10, and we'll go down from there. Rachel Haslip was taking on Speaker Moyle, and she is going to end up in the loss column in this race here. That is a sizable lead here. It's a fairly good showing for Ms. Haslip, but I'm pretty sure that we can call this here for Speaker Mike Moyle. And Speaker Moyle had the backing of some of the Freedom Caucus House members. So this is one of those things that was in late breaking drama that happened during the election cycle, where the conservative Freedom Caucus members in the House came out and supported Mike Moyle over Rachel Haslip, most likely because he is the current speaker. And if he were to lose his race, then the speakership could be up in the air again. And so it's better to go with who you know in this case. And Mike Moyle, to be honest, has his votes this session have definitely gone more conservative than the previous speaker, and so that's a good sign. So this isn't necessarily a bad thing right here. So we congratulate Mike Moyle for holding on to his seat, and we'll see if he retains speakership in 2025. Down in District 12, Jerome Bell was taking on the incumbent Cornelius. And this looks like a non-win for Mr. Jerome Bell. He is definitely a firecracker of a guy. He ran for Congress in Virginia just a few years ago, and the word is that Kevin McCarthy spent $7 million against him as he tried to win the Republican nomination out there in Virginia for his seat. This guy is all MAGA. He's all Trump. And he retired into Idaho and then was recruited to say, hey man, you're awesome. We need you in office here in Idaho. So I don't think we've heard the last from Jerome Bell, but that race looks to be over there. In Senate seat in District 21, we had Brenda Bourne taking on Treg Burnt. And this race, too, is almost 900 vote lead there for Treg Burnt, and so it's fair to say that one is going to. This is Meridian, and so we're gonna go ahead and say that Treg Burnt is the winner there, with Brenda Bourne, who was a pledge signer and was endorsed by Citizens Alliance. Will probably not pull this out if these numbers are correct. I'm a little, if I do have a gripe about this particular website, it's that it doesn't say whether or not these vote totals are final, 100% in or how much is in. So Phil McGrain, if you're listening out there, you could do a little bit of upgrade before November. So I know we're still beta testing this site, I think. Okay, so let's scroll down. Eastern Idaho is not going to fare so well here again. District 28, there was a three-way race in District 28, and it is not going to break for our guy James Lamborn. It doesn't appear. It looks as though, of course, though, that Rick Cheatham is, if these vote totals hold and that percentage holds, he will not have garnered the majority of the vote, coming in at only 42%. But this is a little disappointing here to see, especially when we jump ahead to the next race, Representative B, where Kirk Jackson is up. You had it. Right above there. There it is. Kirk Jackson and Dan Garner in a very tight race here, with Kirk Jackson hopefully coming through. It's interesting. I know Kirk Jackson and James Lamborn were running together. They were campaigning together. It wasn't necessarily like a big. They were campaigning together and showing up to events together. And 700 of Kirk Jackson's voters decided to not vote for James Lamborn for whatever reason. So we'll have to debrief that race and find out what was going on there. Down in 32, it looks as though Kelly Golden will. No, we don't have any counts here yet, so we're still waiting. Maybe we got to refresh. All right, we'll refresh the page and then go down there and check it out. Still nothing. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on it, folks. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, we're gonna call that race. Josh Cole, Senator-elect Josh Cole, defeating Linda Wright Harkin in the Magic Valley, District 25. Really incredible when you think about it. Linda Wright Harkin was also a representative in Twin Falls before she ran for the Senate seat last time, and I think she was unopposed in the last election. But there she is. A 60th. That's almost a 30, almost a 27-point lead there. He just broke 3,000. So those votes are still coming in, but that's a pretty commanding lead for the young Josh Cole. Good for him. Good for him. Yeah. All right, we'll keep this up here for a moment. I'm gonna rest my voice for a second. We'll cut to some music, but we'll keep this up and scrolling along.
Time in the world, time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way will find us with the kiss of the world far behind us. Yes, we have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Only love. We have all the time in the world, time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we need nothing more. Every step of the way will find us with the cares of the world far behind us. We have all the time in the world just for love, nothing more, nothing less, only love. Every step of the way will find us with the kiss of the world far behind us. Yes, we have all the time in the
Folks, welcome back. We are watching the results come in, and I know a lot of you out there are biting your nails and going, "Oh man, this is not going the way we need." But there are a lot of races that are still yet to call. It's a lot easier to call a loss than it is a win, because you want to be sure when you get the win. But it's a lot easier to call to call the losses.
But we do know, like I said, the in-person votes, the in-person tallies that are coming in, they're going to break for the conservatives, folks. But there are some races out there that are going to be a bit hard to overcome such the deficit. And so one of those races is up in District 1. Senator Scott Herndon in the early vote and absentee is down roughly 30 points. And so that is a big margin to overcome. That would be a huge upset for conservatives if Senator Scott Herndon loses this race. But make no bones about it. And go ahead and give me that camera there, Jeremy. Make no doubt about it, folks, that the strategy up in District 1 was to make sure that Democrats re-register as Republicans to vote for former Senator Jim Woodward. I'm saying it out loud right now. I mean, that was the clear strategy. When the senator when you're running for office in a primary election, a closed primary election, where only Republicans can vote for you, and you're attending Democrat functions, trying to rally them to vote. I mean, that's what was going on, and that's the thing that we're dealing with, and that leads us right into open primaries and the ranked choice ballot initiative that's going to be on the ballot in November, which we will get to over the course of the next 6 months as we talk about that. But it is clear that was the strategy up in District 1, was to have Democrats cross over to try and take out Senator Scott Herndon. So they still need to count those day of votes. We are extremely confident he's going to make up a huge margin there, Senator Scott Herndon. I've said this on X, that CAI PAC, we knocked over 100,000 doors across the state of Idaho. It was the single largest door knocking campaign that Idaho has ever seen, by one entity going out there and knocking doors for champions of liberty like Senator Scott Herndon, like Senator Glenita Zeiderveld, like Senator Brian Lenny. Have we checked in on Brian Lenny's race against Agenbrod? And Representative Elaine Price, who we had in here earlier looking over the results. Do we have the Kootenai County website? Here's the Kootenai County clerk's site. And, oh no, this isn't Kootenai County, because Senator Brian Lenny is not in Kootenai County. This is the state of Idaho's election department. Okay, here. So this is everybody so far. Yeah, let's go down to, can we go to District 4 and look at Elaine Price? Well, let's look at the U.S. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. It's still stuck at 6. I've been given wrong information. Can you go to the Kootenai County live website? Try and find that one. I was given information that total has now been updated. And so we'll take a look at that. But I'm going to look over here on my side. As you look up that, I'm going to look up this. We're all going to look it up together. You're looking it up at home. I got the producer over here going, "Whoa, what happened? What happened? What happened?" Like I said, we know conservatives show up on the day of, and so when we see these day of numbers start rolling in, they're going to take a huge jump here. Oh, so here's the jump, right? Is this the Kootenai County election website? We've got almost a 20-point lead here for Miss Elaine Price. Representative Price, as these votes start rolling in, what's at the top here? They tell us what percentage of the vote is in. So here we go. We've got 64% of precincts reporting. Very good. 26,000 ballots counted. That's 22%, so that's not a final number yet. So this is just Kootenai County alone, but it looks like Elaine Price has had a sizable jump. That's what I'm talking about. She was down by 6 points, and now she's up by 1,200 votes. She was down by 6 votes, and now she's up by 1,200. I mean, this is what we're talking about, right? Is Elaine still in the house? I mean, I don't see her. She might have gone home. That's how she jumps ahead. She leaves the party, then she jumps ahead. Maybe she'll come back. We'll see. But that's great news. That's great news. So that's what I'm talking about. So if District 1, folks, if they can try and come back, that would be fantastic. So thank you, viewers at home, who are telling me to go look at the Kootenai County website for the more updated number on that Elaine Price site race. The other one we did want to look at, and maybe we need to do this in Canyon County. We can look up the Canyon County election site and see how Senator Brian Lenny is doing, because I believe his district is only in Canyon County, so we can check that out in a moment. But just to get back to the door knocking, I want you guys to understand that the door knocking campaign that we engaged in across the state over the last several weeks is boots on the ground. You know, young people who are passionate about liberty, who sign up to door knock and travel from district to district, or they just live in their own. They just knock doors in their own district. But if they want to travel and knock doors for these liberty candidates, we were up and down the state. 19 total districts, over 30 candidates knocking doors for, over 100,000 doors. An unprecedented amount of doors being knocked on in a single campaign. And this is how we win. You get out there, you talk to voters. I mean, you're sitting at home, right? You got 25 different pieces of mail that popped up. And and it's incredible when someone knocks on your door and you get to ask questions. You get to hear either directly from the candidate or somebody on his behalf. And here it is in District 13. Senator Brian Lenny with an 11-point lead right now over Jeff Agenbrod. This was a rematch as Lenny won this seat last time by, I think, 13 points. So now we're at 11. And again, I apologize. I don't know if these numbers are final or not. I can tell you that last cycle in District 13 in 2022, Brian Lenny took in 3,100 votes to Jeff Agenbrod's 2,300 votes. So, is this the Canyon County? This is Canyon County now? Is this what we were already looking at? Yep. We were, okay. So if we go down to his, we got to look at that too, although that's many counties. So last time he pulled in 3,100 votes, and now he's at 26. Agenbrod pulled in 2,300 votes, and right now he's at 21. So is this how much was this reporting? I'm sorry, I know we're going back and forth up here. It doesn't say. Yeah. Okay. So every county has that's just going to be. It doesn't do what Kootenai County does. Good old Kootenai County. All right, very good. Okay, so yeah, again, it's hard to call. We don't want to call these races. You don't know what's coming in. So we knew from the beginning when we got on the air that we would not be on all night. I can't do it. We can't do it. We got big days ahead for us tomorrow. So we're not wrapping up right now, but we're gonna wrap up soon. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'm going to peruse the party and see if there's anybody out there that we can bring in for a few words. Maybe Elaine Price is still here. I'm trying to look in the back over there. I don't know, but I believe that it's been pretty fun. We had some technical difficulties, and I know we have some more clips to show. We have. I don't want to show that Kenny Roten thing. that thing was painful to watch. We had a bunch of clips lined up. But I, for one, can all tell you that I am super, super happy that this day has come, that the election night is the election is over. Do we have that montage, the election montage? Let's all celebrate this evening Let's watch this election montage. For those of you who weren't here at the top of the hours of 7 or 8 and 8, depending on the time zone, this was our little celebratory montage for the end of the election, the primary election.
Breaking election news.
This election is crazy, right?
It is finally election night.
This election is on every channel.
This election is about emotion.
Primary elections are over.
So when the election's over,
Come on, the election's over. The election's over.
Election ain't over. Election is out of control.
When the election is over, you'll probably be good friends.
This election is like a dream.
Election's over.
the election's over. It's over.
The election is long over.
I'm just glad it's over. Now that the election's over.
Oh, I'm sure glad that's over.
I'm glad that's over. Friends again?
Oh, I'm just glad it's over.
Wow, I'm glad that's over.
Well, I'm glad that's all over.
I'm just glad it's over with. I'm just glad it's over.
So am I.
Yeah, just glad it's over.
I'm so glad it's over.
So am I.
Glad it's over with, Benson.
That's a wrap.
Okay, folks, you got me? You got my mic? We're going to check in on District 1 again. I told you folks that when the day of votes start tallying in, you're going to see candidates gain ground. So as we get the website pulled up, we'll go back to the results, Vote Idaho website. As we get that back up there, you're going to see a jump. You're going to see a jump in these day of races. It's pretty incredible when you think about the mentality of folks who vote by mail, who vote early, and then who end up voting in person on the day of. And I'm sure somebody at the New Yorker magazine or something tried to do some sort of study on the mindset of a conservative, the extremist, violent insurrectionist who only wants to vote in person. Oh dear. Anyway, looking at the race, Scott Herndon has cut it within 10 points. I mean, you went from down 30 to down 10, and they're still counting votes. As we look at that race, Scott Herndon and Jim Woodward, their race last year, and this is where I think we still have a ways to go. Last year, Herndon drew in over 7,700 votes. And Woodward was at 6,000. So you had a difference of 1,700 people. 1,700 votes separated the two last cycle. Herndon gave him a 12-point beating. And after the early vote and mail-in ballot tally showed Woodward with somewhat of a 30-point lead, in the latest update, Scott Herndon has cut it down to 10. And he's only at, we still have Boundary County to go through. Is that it there? Oh, they're tied. Does that say tied? Leading candidates. Okay, so here's the thing. So Boundary County has not even brought in their votes yet. So when it comes to Bonner County, that's where you see Woodward with his lead there. And Sandpoint is in Bonner, which is a heavily Democrat area. So so Boundary County, Bonner's Ferry, all you folks out there in Ruby Ridge. Is Ruby Ridge Bonner's or Boundary? I don't know exactly where it is. It's right. It's up there though. Never forget, my friends. Never forget. But here's another good sign, though. If you go down to District 1 Representative B, we'll go back to the other one in a second. We see Cornell Razor has taken a lead, a 5-point lead, almost 6-point lead. So that bodes well for the conservative there, Cornell Razor. And if we scroll up just a bit to look at that three-way race. You've got Mark Sauter with over 50% of the vote there, and so again, this is that three-way race situation that is just so deadly for conservatives, and Boundary's not in. So we'll see how that breaks. I mean, the idea there is to drive down the opponent below 33%. I mean, that's the only thing that you can do if you're dealing with a three-way race where you've got two supposedly conservatives running against an establishment guy, an old guard type, is you need to drive that person down below 33%. But that remains to be seen in that area. All right, let's see if there's any other races to call. I've got my team texting here. We're going to go ahead and call it for Representative Elaine Price. So congratulations to Representative Elaine Price for holding on to her seat in Coeur d'Alene. That is a big deal. We're super thrilled for Elaine. We're calling that race. Same thing for Kent Marmon against Julie Yamamoto. Incredible. Let's go down there to let's look at District 11. Is that it right there? Folks, I got to stand up for this. I'm not going to be on camera. I want you to see this. Old Kent Marmon. Good old Kent Marmon decided to take on Julie Yamamoto. Zigzag Julie. Zigzag Julie. Can you click on that map? Let's see. Does they give you a map there? Yeah. So Kent is in the green, and he's got a commanding lead over all of the areas there in that Caldwell area. And we're going to call it Julie Yamamoto. Julie Yamamoto. Give me the camera. Give me the camera. So back in 2021, when Citizens Alliance of Idaho was formed, and I was doing outreach, and I was asking representatives and senators if they would sign our pledge. And if you want to know what the pledge is, you go to citizensallianceidaho.org, and you can read the pledge. And here's something I want to dispel as I get into Julie Yamamoto here in a moment, is our pledge is a list of 10 statements inspired by the Idaho and U.S. constitutions. It is not a pledge to me. It is not a pledge to Citizens Alliance. It is a pledge to your citizens in your district. It is a pledge that says, I will vote this way. I will not vote this way. It's simply about values. And when I look at what people want to criticize about it, I have nothing more to say to it than, look, I don't force people to sign the pledge. They sign it voluntarily. They sign it willingly. And Representative Julie Yamamoto was one of those people. You know, we had a conversation on the phone. She asked me questions about it. She really identified on the phone with me about how the pledge was laid out. And she ended up signing it. And it's great. And we commended her for it. We commend anybody who signs the pledge. It's an act of political courage to sign a pledge that says, this is how I'm going to vote. And what it is an indication. It's a signal to your voters, to the citizens in your district, that these are the things that I'm going to vote for. And then they have to go and live up to it, and they have to vote that way. And so when the bills start coming through, and the bills come in, and they are for protecting your rights, when it comes to the Second Amendment, let's say, or they're trying to strip your rights away from the Second Amendment, or they're trying to enhance your ability to defend yourself using your Second Amendment right. You have a choice to make in voting. And sure, you can vote however you want. I'm not telling you how to vote, right? We're not saying this is how you should vote. You're the one that said, this is how I will vote, okay? And so when you vote on your bill and it contradicts the pledge that you took, then we're going to point it out. And that's all we do. We tell the citizens in your district that these were the votes, this is how they performed. And after every single session that Representative Julie Yamamoto had, after signing the pledge, she ended up in bad standing. She ended up in the red. The green is good standing, the red is bad standing. And she was in bad standing for every single session. She didn't have an opponent in 2022, so we had to wait until 2024. And you got to give it to Kent Marmon for stepping up to the plate and running against her. This was also the first two sessions here where she was the chairman of the House Education Committee, which saw a ton of drama last year. And her decisions and some of the things that she said on the floor, the zigzag, is that her name now, right? Zigzag Julie. Good Lord. Do we have that clip? Oh, we've got it. Let's send off Representative Julie. We're really calling this race? I hate doing this. This is not me. I'm not the TV guy. I've never done this before. And so when you sit here and you call races before they're over, you kind of hope that your guys are getting it right. Because I'm the one that's going to have egg on my face if we get it wrong, right? But it looks like we get it right. But I know that that clip exists of you got three versions of it. Do the shorter one. So House Bill 415, which ended up not ever getting a hearing, this was the anti-gun free zone bill. This was a bill that passed overwhelmingly in the House, but with a vote of no from Representative Yamamoto. And this bill would have told schools that they need to remove those ridiculous gun-free zone signs that just are ridiculous. You shouldn't be advertising that you're defenseless. And so this bill would have said no more gun-free zone signs. But also, if you are an employee, if you're a teacher or a staff member, and you have an enhanced carry permit to carry a weapon, and you have to have an enhanced carry permit, if you have that, then you'll be allowed to carry on campus if you choose. And so if no one's forcing them to do that, right, again, but they're saying if you have an enhanced carry permit license, you can carry on school campus. And proponents of this were for it because this provides that final line of defense should some horrific act of violence happen on campus. You know, when 911, you call 911 and they're 10 minutes, 20 minutes away, and seconds count. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's an absolute no-brainer. But Representative Yamamoto, who spoke up on the floor against this bill, and she said that we don't need this bill because we already have practices such as this. Watch this clip.
Decision was we would try to get out of line of sight, run if you can in a zigzag fashion. Why? Harder to hit that target.
Was that zigzag? She wants you to zigzag. She says, hey, if your kids are in my class, what we're going to do is zigzag away from bullets. You probably still have that clip from Apocalypto. You probably don't have it loaded up, but our producer found that clip from Apocalypto where the prisoners are running. You have it? Yeah, throw it up beside me. Where you have the prisoners running in a zigzag formation as the bad guys are throwing spears. Look at this. Are throwing spears at them, or bow and arrow, and spears too, I think. I mean, come on, man. What there should have been off to the side is a dude with an AR-15 who's taking out these guys. Like, no, you're not taking out my kids who are running in a zigzag formation. So, unbelievable. By the way, this movie's incredible. This is an incredible film directed by the great Mel Gibson. Anyway, all right, let's cut away from this. I don't know how graphic it gets. Very graphic film. Anyway, it looks like we're calling that race. Kent Marmon has taken out Representative Julie Yamamoto. Bad standing on the pledge. She is gone. She was the only one left, the only bad standing pledge signer left. And if these results hold true, then we will have cleaned house of all of the pledge signers who signed the pledge and are in bad standing. There are still plenty of other bad standing people in there because they won't sign the pledge. They ignore our phone calls. They ignore everything. And again, I'm not forcing anybody to sign it. You don't want to sign it, that's fine. But we're going to let everybody know that you're not signing it. So that's a great win. Jaron Crane had a kind of a ghost of an opponent. So he takes his race out in District 12. Are we calling District 13? Hey, we're going to call this race out in District 13. Hey, there's Representative Ron Mendive leaving the House. Good for him. But District 13, if you've got those stats up there, we're going to call this race for Brian Lenny. We are calling it for Brian Lenny. Let's look at that number there. That is a 11-point lead for Brian Lenny. We're calling that a landslide. Friends, we're calling that a landslide. That is a fantastic result. Lenny took most of Nampa there. He took it. Fantastic. Congratulations to Senator Brian Lenny in a fantastic showing. If that's not a referendum on Brian Lenny, I don't know what is. That's a fantastic result there. Fantastic. I also want to make another call down in the Twin Valley. Scroll down to 24. If this is true, I need to look at this number because our desk is calling it. Senator Glenita Zeiderveld with a 9-point lead. And we're going to call this race here. That's 900 votes ahead, almost 900. Senator Glenita Zeiderveld withstanding the onslaught of negative and terrible misinformation. Wonderful result here. Senator Glenita Zeiderveld has won her race down in the Twin Falls area. And up into, I mean, she covers a lot of different Camas, Gooding counties have come through for Senator Zeiderveld. The Lord is working well in that Magic Valley. We also want to give it to Clint Hostetler as well. If you scroll down just a bit, we're going to call this race for Clint Hostetler. This is a huge victory. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest landslides we've seen tonight. The Magic Valley, folks, we knew that the Magic Valley was the conservatives were getting together, but the Magic Valley folks, holy cow, they have come through. Congratulations to Clint Hostetler for pulling in a huge victory there against Chanel Dixon. And I also want to give a good shout out to a friend out there, Creighton Knight. He ran last year, I think against Chanel Dixon. I could be wrong. But I know Creighton Knight has been doing fantastic work on the ground. Talk about a grassroots victory. This is huge. Very huge. To go along with that, let's go to 25 and look at that Senate race. I know we already called it earlier. Josh Cole, this one is not coming home, baby. Linda Wright Hartkin, you're done. We now have the young Senator-elect Josh Cole bringing in the Twin Falls area. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. What a win, folks. What a win. And along with this win, my friend, in the same district, David Levitt. Let's go to that representative seat. David Levitt has defeated Greg Lanting. Another 17-point margin, 16 or so, 16 and a half point margin. Huge win. Huge. Look at that. Folks, I'm telling you. Look, we got rid of a bad pledge signer tonight. Who signed the pledge and it was in bad standing. And these races that I'm covering tonight here on Idaho Signal, and I know I'm not covering everything. I'm not covering the Simpson race and a bunch of some of the other ones. We're covering races that of folks that have signed our pledge. I mean, this is big. This is big. This is big. What's this? Oh, in that area? Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. Well, folks, we're still looking at the East as not being the most conservative part of the state. I don't know what kind of results we have down there in the 30s yet. Wait, go back up. Let's go to 26 and check out that race. Lyle Johnstone. Oh, he's so close once again. So close once again. All right, let's keep going down. Let's just scroll easy through this 27. Yep, that race is not looking too good. Oh, yeah, we covered this a little bit a while ago. Kirk Jackson, how's he doing? Up, he just lost his. He had a little bit of a lead earlier, but now Dan Garner's has pulled away. Yeah, let's get into the 30s here. Let's check out. That's that race there. She's the incumbent, Julie Van Orden. She's not that strongest conservative. We've got David Cannon holding on to his seat, but Julian Young. Let's look at that race and see she's made up some ground here. She's within striking distance. That is a 10 vote margin, folks. That is a 10 vote margin. I don't know. Again, I don't know how much that is in, but now she's in the Bingham County, and what's the other county? And Butte County. So it's a small. I mean, there's not many votes. I don't know how big Butte is, but Bingham County is where most people are, and it looks as though Bingham County is riding hard for Ben Furman. But it's still close. That's a 10-point margin. That might even be within the area of a recount, perhaps. 10 points like that. So, I mean, they're within 0.2 percentage points. So, all right. Well, let's keep scrolling through District 31. Carrie Hanks. Again, this is close as well. Not as close as the Young race, but they're about a point or two apart. Yep. Is Hanks green? No, Furness is green. So Hanks did stronger in Fremont County. Looks like. She's yellow. Yeah. So she did strong in Lemhi and Fremont. Yeah. Yep, it's a tough area for Miss Carrie Hanks, but hopefully there's still time. I don't know if these numbers are holding in. My desk has not called them yet, and they're looking at all sources there. Apparently, if you go over to some other websites, the reporting coming in from the rest of these 30s districts is all over the place. So we have no idea. And if you're getting information elsewhere, send me a text. Let's know what's going on. All right, it is midnight in the south. It's 11 o'clock here in the north, and we are going to call it a night. I want to thank you for joining us. We've been on the air since 6:30 Pacific. It is now 11 o'clock. The party out there has died down quite a bit as they continue to watch the returns in here. But look, we had a huge number of people tuning in. And we didn't give away the gun. We got to give away the firearm. We got to pull that ticket out of the thing. I tell you what, let's take a break. We're going to tally up the names of the folks with the gun, and then for the rifle, and then we'll announce the winner. Is that what everybody's waiting for? How many people are watching? I mean, we don't. Yeah, we got a sizable number want to watch. Tune in, and we're going to go off the air. All right, we're going to give away this rifle. Here it is once again. This is a Ruger-made Marlin lever action. Beautiful. This thing will take down a bear. This thing is beautiful, and I can't wait to give it away. I mean, I could. I could just keep it, but it's not going to happen. So here it is. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. We'll put up on the screen. Let's put up a chyron that says we're about to give away the rifle, and then we'll do so right after this short break. So stick around, and we'll give away this rifle.
You don't think that to university, segregate diversity, give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobe. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what to think and how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist till they're all controlled. Find your path in life and make it socio or psycho. Nonsense, woke insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow, till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window, loot store, get more, grab another brick, throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream. Everybody head down, pick yourself a pronoun. Join the resistance on government assistance. Stop all the hate as you advocate violence. Block and suppress anyone you want silence. Take what you want, cause what you want is what you own. Call everyone a fascist till they're all controlled. Preach in the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone oppressor till they're on their knees. Impeach free speech, better dye your hair pink. TV, phone screen, it's better if you don't think. Debt to universities, segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobes. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist till they're all controlled. Find your path in life but make a socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow, till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window, loot store, get more, grab another brick, throw. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream.
I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't want to wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Now, since back last March, I've had an achy, breaky heart like old Billy Ray Cyrus. I've been catching a case of the blues from the news around this damn coronavirus. Now they're telling us we gotta keep our chin divers up, even if we got the shot in the arm. But nobody's talking about exercise or eating food that's fresh grown from the farm. That's why I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't want to wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Show 'em what non-compliance sounds like, boys. Oh, hell yeah. Now listen, y'all. The only way to stop the violence is for us to break the silence right now. So if you tend to agree and you're pissed off like me, stand your ass up and scream it out loud. Sing my I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't wanna wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Now since back last March, I've had an achy, breaky heart like old Billy Ray Cyrus. I've been catching a case of the blues from the news around this damn coronavirus. Now they're telling us we gotta keep our chin diapers up, even if we got the shot in the arm. But nobody's talking about exercise or eating food that's fresh grown from the farm. That's why I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't wanna wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Show 'em what non-compliance sounds like, boys. Oh, hell yeah. Now listen, y'all. The only way to stop the violence is for us to break the silence right now. So if you tend to agree and you're pissed off like me, stand your ass up and scream it out loud. Sing, I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't wanna wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Yeah, I'm here to tell you people I will not comply. No, that's the gospel truth.
You can hate me, try to break me, talk me down and denigrate me. You can try to silence every word, but I will not be leaving quietly. Now I won't leave, I won't leave, I will not be leaving quietly. You can mock me, try to outsmart me. You can shame me and try to blame me. You can do your best to shut me up, but I will not be leaving quietly now. I won't leave, I won't leave, I will not be leaving quietly. I'm gonna stand here and I'll fight for every word. I'm gonna shout the truth until you know it's heard. I'm gonna stand here and I'll fight for every word. I'm gonna shout the truth until you know it's heard. Yeah, yeah. Alright. You can scold me, attempt to control me, ban me and censor and label and troll me. You can push me and try to kick me out, but I will not be leaving quietly. No, I won't leave, I won't leave, I will not be leaving quietly. You can mute me, strike and dispute me, dumb down the rest, yeah, but I'll keep refusing. You can pretend like you've seen the last of me, but I will not be leaving quietly. No, I won't leave, I won't leave, I will not be leaving quietly. I'm gonna stand here and I'll fight for every word. I'm gonna shout the truth until you know it's heard. fascists till they're all controlled. Preach in the street for the Communist Party. Pro-choice, no voice, never mind the heartbeat. Dictate, race bait, agitate, mandate. Dress and drag and burn the flag, then run and find a safe space. Tell us how you feel until we give you what you need. Call everyone oppressor till they're on their knees. Impeach free speech, better dye your hair pink. TV, phone screen, it's better if you don't think. Debt to universities, segregate diversity. Give yourself a ribbon every time you face adversity. Find another problem, tell yourself you're not alone. Tell everyone is straight that they're all transphobes. Defund police, no guns, oh please. Fight for your right to start a war until there's no peace. Take it down, tear it up, it's in the name of progress. Make the rule you never lose till everything is lawless. Tell me what they're thinking, how to feel and where to go. Cause everyone's a fascist till they're all controlled. Find your path in life, but make a socio a psycho. Nonsense, wokeness, you're gonna lose your mind though. Bigotry, insanity, an ally or an enemy. There's too much masculinity, so we're goodbye to family. Represent the 1% who want to overthrow, till everybody lives in an autonomous zone. Act tough, steal stuff, smash another window. Loot store, get more, grab another brick though. She, her, he, him, they, them, they, them. Women are the men now, and the men are now the women. Make yourself a slave until you feel like you are free. Dig yourself a grave for the American dream.
Oh, boy. Okay. All right. Well, first off, 5 Times August, great album, Silent War. Download it, own it, do whatever. I am here with one of our number one fans, Dave Miller. Dave,
how's it going?
I'm good, man.
Good deal.
Dave is the owner and proprietor here at Life Public House. You've had this place. You've been here probably since all morning, too, probably, right?
5:30.
Yeah.
I got here at 5:30.
Yeah, here at 5:30.
And it's almost 11:30.
We'll try and get out here before midnight.
Come on.
We were about to wrap, and then we realized we didn't give away the rifle. So I wanted you to be the honors to pick out of this bowl. We got all the names in the bowl here of the folks that have donated and entered to win this beautiful rifle. This is a Ruger-made Marlin SBL Series 1895 lever action. Look at that thing, right? Look at that thing. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And it is brand spanking new. So it's still got the little tag hanging off of it, right? So so we want to thank all of the folks out there that donated and that entered their names to win this rifle. And we're going to pick this here in a second. So stay tuned. We had a lot of races tonight. I know the folks out there are more concerned with Kootenai County, what was going on here.
Yep.
In here, we were going across the whole state, but it looks really solid for conservatives. How excited are you?
Come on. It's exciting. It was like, I don't know if you could hear what was going on out there. Hopefully it wasn't interrupting your
The mics couldn't
show.
hear it. The mics couldn't hear it. I could hear it. The mics couldn't hear it.
It was crazy out there. And it seemed like the results were pretty good. Most people were pretty happy. There was a couple people that maybe weren't quite as happy as they would like things to turn out a little different.
Right.
But it was cool. It's cool to be a part of. Part of what I like to do and part of why I have this is I love getting the community together, and there were so many people just eyeball to eyeball and sharing stories and just community. And that's.
You built such an amazing spot here for people to come and build the community. I mean, you've done such a great job, and I think it always comes down to, well, who's running this place and where are you? And you are always out in front, greeting people, encouraging people, hooking people up, saying, hey, you got to know this person, you got to know that person. You host tons of events here. And I'm telling you guys, if you ever come to Coeur d'Alene, and there's going to be a lot of people that are watching across the state that are coming to Coeur d'Alene for the Idaho GOP convention. You're right across the street from the resort.
Yeah, it's like literally right across the street.
So there's no excuses when you're coming up here for the GOP convention in June to not come by Life.
Come on. Well, thank you. That's very, very nice of you. And I'm out here a lot. I love people.
Yeah.
I love hearing their story and why they're doing what they're doing and how they found their job. And people often ask me, like, what do you do. And I mean, obviously we do coffee and food and all that kind of stuff, but dude, I think my job is connecting. I connect people, man.
Yeah, it's more.
And I love to do that. You know, I love to. Oh, well, this person, you need to meet this person. I mean, today I think I connected 3 or 4 people, and it was like, oh, you got to know this person, and then then I watched that connection happen, and that's really what gives me gets me energy and kind of floats my boat.
That's awesome. Okay, good. All right. Well, we're winding down here. We've got the bowl of names. Are you ready to just blindly pick? Don't look in the bowl. You got to look in the bowl.
I'm going to look away.
All right. This is for this beautiful Ruger-made Marlin lever action rifle, folks. Here it is. Woo! I know some of these people in here. I recognize some of these names.
That is a beautiful gun.
It is.
Oh, my goodness.
You want to hold this thing? Check it out, man. It's got some weight to it.
Yeah,
it's got some weight to
buckets. It's got some weight to it.
This thing will take down a bear, man. That's
My
what it's meant
goodness,
for.
that
This
is
thing tamed the West. It tamed the West. All right, folks, here it is. Get ready.
Okay. I'm just shuffling around.
This is exciting. We've been holding on to this thing for a while.
Shuffling around.
Yeah. All
Okay.
right.
Am I ready?
You're ready.
Oh, my goodness.
Only one piece. Only one winner.
I've got one in my hand.
Oh, this is exciting news.
Oh, my goodness.
Who is it? The winner of the rifle is... Well, it's not that side. It's the other side.
Unfortunately.
Oh, we got to have glasses.
Oh, my goodness. Kim Roberts.
Kim Roberts?
Kim Roberts.
Kim Roberts.
Come on.
Look at that.
That's
Kim.
awesome.
Kim, I don't know where you're from. Let's see if I can get a little more information on Kim, although we may not want to tell everybody where Kim lives. But Kim, if you're not watching, don't worry. I'm going to notify you. It's on record now. Kim Roberts, the winner of the rifle. You will hear from us very shortly. Congratulations. That's awesome, man.
That is cool.
And I don't know Kim Roberts, so no one can blame me
I
for
don't know
playing
Kim
favorites.
Roberts.
Okay, you don't know either.
But
right.
it was super fun. Thanks for letting me come in here and draw that.
Absolutely, man. This is your place. You allowed us to host.
That was fun.
Yeah, very
I feel
good.
like I kind of won a little bit.
Well, maybe Kim will take you out hunting or something,
come
right?
on.
Yeah, there we go. All right, Dave Miller, everybody, give him a round of applause. Was there applause playing? He played some applause. All right, very good. All right, folks, let's. Dave, thanks again for coming in, man. I know you got to wrap it up, and then you got an early day tomorrow, so we'll let you go. All right, folks, let's go to this camera over here, and we thank Dave for coming in. All right. Final races here. I don't know if there's anything else to stay on for, but it looks like, I mean, the big news over here at Citizens Alliance of Idaho is Julie Yamamoto has gone down. I'm very pleased at this because we're an accountability project and we need to hold these people accountable. And I know there's a lot of folks out there that are going to make sure that her replacement, Kent Marmon, is going to follow through on his promises and his pledge, and so we're gonna make sure we pay attention to that. How many doors did we knock in that area? I think I have the numbers there. There go then the man of the hour out there, John Padula, is leaving, but I have a. I mean, we knocked a lot of doors. 100,000 doors, people. 100,000 doors across the state of Idaho, including in Caldwell. But that's the big loss on that side is Julie Yamamoto going down, the chairman of the House Education Committee, and we're also pretty excited that Senator Glenita Zeiderveld has held on to her seat. That is a big victory. So we're going to keep tabs on some of these other races as the votes go in. As you know, Scott Herndon was closing in on Jim Woodward, and so we'll keep, everybody will keep tabs on that. But look for it all. What do we do when we sign off? What we do is we ask you to go to idahosignal.com. If you enjoy the program, if you enjoy what we're doing, you can support us there. If you want to keep in touch with Citizens Alliance of Idaho, we are on X, Citizens_Idaho. Follow us there. Rumble, YouTube, wherever you're at, we are there, hopefully. It's been a long night. I thank you all for watching. We've had a fantastic evening, and wherever you're at, I want to hear from you. So send me a message, tweet at me, and do all the things. We're going to leave you with, when TV stations used to go off the air back in the day, they would play the Star Spangled Banner. And so as we leave tonight, and as soon as I get the thumbs up that we have this, because if we don't have it, then we can't do it. But as we leave tonight, we're going to leave you with a fantastic rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, because that's what TV stations should do when they go off the air. And TV stations really should go off the air in more ways than one sometimes. All right, I'm getting punchy. Folks, thank you again for tuning in. What else do I need to say? Oh, I need to tell you about the Pocket Constitution. The second printing of the Idaho edition of the Pocket Constitution has arrived. Pay attention. We will let you know how to get your copy in your hands, because every single Idahoan needs to know their rights, and they need to keep it close to their chest, right inside their pocket. Also, to celebrate 100,000 doors, 100,000 doors, 100 grand candy bars, 100 grand candy bars. I don't own this company. I don't know who makes them, but go out tomorrow and get yourself 100 grand and celebrate. Thank you again for watching. It's been a long night. I'm never, ever going to rewatch this broadcast again. But I'm glad that we were on the air this entire time. All right, to go out into the night, here is the most based, incredible version of the Star Spangled Banner ever performed since Jimi Hendrix did it. Is 50 years ago now. It's Madison Rising, Star Spangled Banner. Good night, everybody. God bless you, and God bless Idaho.
Oh, say, can you see my
statement ground that says we have a sovereign right to protect what's ours.